Welcome back to Lore Hammer. Tonight we're doing something a little bit different and we're diving into life as an Imperial Navyman. Before we get into the video, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and be sure to check out the merch in the description below. Now, as always, let's get into the video.
They came for the hive in the hours when the work sirens had only just fallen silent and the sump fog still clung to the lower levels like a living thing. Hive Vardos groaned and sweated around Yarrick Holt as it always did, metal bones flexing under the weight of a billion lives. The manufactorum lines had spat him out with the rest of the shift, his skin tasting of machine oil and recyc smoke, his lungs already aching for the next lungful of tainted air. Above him, somewhere beyond stacked levels of rusted walkways and sagging hab blocks, the hive's spires clawed at a sky he had never seen. That was a place for nobles and arbites and the priesthood. Down here in the sump, the sky was a rumor, and the sun was a superstition. He was halfway along a narrow gantry, over a sluggish canal of chemical waste, when the voxhalers began to speak. They were set into the hive's walls at regular intervals, brass mouths shaped like stylized aquilas. Most of the time they wheezed out work, codes and ration announcements in a bored monotone. Now they crackled, spat static, then boomed in a voice that was not bored at all. By decree of the Officio Prefectus and mandate of Battlefleet Obscurus, a tithe of flesh is now due. The words rolled through the sump, echoed and distorted along steel corridors and through wire-choked alleys. All citizens of Hive Vardos, Hive Magnitude Level Sump, and Labor Designation are to present themselves at collection points as assigned by the Adeptus Administratum. You will comply. Non-compliance is treason. Treason is death. The vox repeated itself. The canal below Jarek shivered as the sound rattled the rust off its walls. Doors banged open along the habstacks, slamming back against hinges that had not moved in months. Men spilled out, still in stained work robes and manufactorum harnesses, clutching identity slates and tatty parchment chits like prayer scrolls. The murmur rose to a low, fearful growl. Emperors. Blood, someone muttered behind Jarek. Flesh tithe. Not here. Not us. Jarek turned his head. Old Marken from Forge Line 17 had his hands locked around the rusted rail, knuckles white. They emptied half of Lower Bale Hive last year, the old man said. Pressed for the fleet. Never saw them again. Jarek swallowed. His throat was dry and tasted of iron. Maybe it is only a count, he said. For records. They take some from each block. Let the rest go. Makan spat into the canal. The sputtering gobbet floated for a moment on the viscous surface, then slowly began to sink. The Imperium does not count us, he said. It spends us. Down on the canal bank, naval provosts were already forming the crowd into rough lines with the help of shock mauls and shouted orders. Their coats were deep navy, their carapace armor stamped with the double-headed aquila and the sigil of the Officio Prefectus. Rebreather masks turned their faces into expressionless. Skulls of black plasteel. Bolt pistols, holstered at their hips, gleamed with devotional wax. Between them moved the scribes. They wore heavy robes of administratum green, shoulders bowed under bundles of parchment and cogitator slates. Servo skulls bobbed at their shoulders, ink quills twitching, Auspex lenses whirring as they scanned faces, slates, brand marks. Each scribe's lips moved constantly, whispering tithing formulae and catechisms as they calculated how much flesh the Navy required and how much the hive could be permitted to lose. Jarek's gang leader, a thick-necked man with a broken nose and a collar of old flogging scars, slammed a hand between Jarek's shoulder blades. "Down," he growled. "You heard the hailer. You stand in line and you keep your mouth sealed. You try to run, and they kill everyone in the hab to make a lesson of it." He pushed them onto the stairway. The sump fog was thicker at ground level, smelling of promethium, old blood and despair. Yarrick joined the end of a column, already stretching around the canal's curve. Dozens of men in front of him, dozens more falling in behind. He could feel the fear in the air. It tasted like metal. The line shuffled forward. Provosts walked up and down, shock mauls crackling, stopping to crack one across a hunched back or to shove a muzzle under a shivering chin, reminding the men with every gesture that their lives now balanced on the smallest twitch of an officer's finger. At the front of the line, under a shrine of rusted steel that had once perhaps shown a clear image of the emperor's face before soot and incense smoke had turned him into a dark smear, a scribe took each man's slate, checked the codes, scratched notes, then stabbed a stylus into a cogitator plate set into the makeshift desk. A servo skull's eye flickered. A voice whispered into the scribe's ear. Sometimes the man nodded and jerked his head towards a side tunnel where other provosts waited to herd, those chosen away. Sometimes he jerked his head the other way, and the man was shoved brusquely aside, pushed back into the crowd, spared for now. A murmuring ripple passed back along the line. Jarek could not hear the source, but he could feel it, like the moment before a machine line shuddered and jammed. Then a man broke. He was 4 places ahead of Jarek, a stocky laborer with a hammerer's shoulders and fresh soot on his hands. His slate was taken, his codes checked, and the scribe's quill scratched a squadron of sigils across a strip of parchment. A provost grabbed his arm to drag him to the side tunnel. The man twisted free. "No," he said. His voice cracked. "No, I have a family. I have 3 sons on level 9. I cannot." He turned and bolted, knocking 2 men aside, boots skidding on slick stone as he ran along the bank. The nearest provost did not sigh. He did not shout a warning. He simply drew his bolt pistol in a smooth, practiced motion and fired. The roar flattened the nearby conversations into stunned silence. The fleeing laborer's skull detonated in a gout of red and grey. Bone fragments and tooth chips pattered across the faces of the men nearest him like hail. The corpse stumbled another step, as if confused, then dropped to its knees. Blood fountained from the stump of his neck, spraying in an arc over the canal rail. The body pitched sideways and hit the chem-slick surface with a wet slap, bobbed once, then started to sink, leaving a spreading cloud of pink foam. The provost's vox grill crackled as he spoke, amplifying his voice until it rolled along the queue. "By decree of the officio prefectus," he intoned, "evasion of tithe is treason, treason is death. Let this example instruct you." 2 other provosts grabbed the dead man's legs with bored efficiency and hauled what remained of him fully onto the bank. They dragged the corpse over broken plascrete, leaving behind a dark smear, and dumped it beneath the shrine. A servo skull drifted down to record the face before decay, and vermin ruined it, its picked recorder clicking as it captured the hollow stare. Then it danced away to its next task. The line moved on. When Jarek reached the desk, his hands were slick with sweat. His identity slate shook between his fingers. The scribe did not look up at his face. Ink stained the man's lips and fingertips. His eyes were bloodshot and ringed with fatigue, but they were fixed on the parchment and cogitator runes in front of him. "Name," he muttered. "Jarek Holt," Jarek said. The scribe's stylus ticked across parchment. "Forge line 17, sump level, labor grade, good. No penal strikes, no mutation notes." His tone did not change. "Acceptable gene stock, fit for fleet." He stabbed Jarek's slate into the cogitator plate. Runic symbols flickered, then burned themselves into the glass. A servo skull drifted close, its auspex eye whirring as it scanned. Jarek's face and imposed his features over a new string of numerals in its tiny display. The skull's vox speaker hissed a string of Binharic. The scribe nodded. "You are now rating designate," he said. "You will answer to this serial." He spat a sequence of numbers and check digits that meant nothing to Jarek except that they were long and cold. "Remember it. Your name is of no concern to the fleet." One of the provosts seized Jarek's left wrist and slammed it down on a metal block. A second man stepped up, holding a short iron brand whose head glowed a dull orange in the sump gloom. The tip was fashioned in the shape of the aquila, but its wings were broken by a series of sharply stamped code runes. Jarek tried to pull away. The provost tightened his grip until bones ground against one another. "Hold," he said through his mask. The brand came down. Pain exploded up Jarek's arm and into his chest, a white-hot blossom that burned away everything else. The smell of his own flesh sizzling filled his nostrils. He bit his tongue rather than cry out, copper and blood flooding his mouth. When the brand lifted, the skin of his wrist was split and blackened, the sigil of the fleet permanently seared into him, blistered and ugly. "Next," the scribe called. Jarek staggered aside, cradling his wrist. The flesh throbbed in time with his heart. Men pressed around him, dazed and bleeding, each with the same fresh mark. Some wept openly. A few laughed, high and hysterical, until the nearest provost raised a shock maul in warning, and the laughter choked off. They were herded into a side tunnel, then along a series of narrow corridors whose walls sweated condensation and oil. The air grew colder, the sounds more distant. Somewhere far above, Jarek knew, the hive continued its endless grind, but down here, it felt as if they were already leaving it behind. At the end of the tunnel, a loading bay yawned open, its roof lost in shadow. Rusted. Shuttle barges squatted on their landing claws, hulls streaked with re-entry scars and devotional script. Each was a swollen metal coffin, thrusters caked with soot, boarding ramps lowered like tongues. "Move!" barked a provost. "You have been weighed, measured, and found fit to serve. Praise the fleet, praise the Emperor." Jarek marched with the others up the ramp into the barge's belly. The air inside was worse than the sump, heavy with the stink of too many bodies packed into too small a space. The deck was gritted with old ash and dried vomit. Shackles hung from rails along the walls and ceiling, clinking softly as the men filed past. He found a place near a small, grime-fogged viewport, pressed there by the press of bodies. Metal hands pushed at his shoulders and back. The ramp clanged shut with a final echoing boom. Lumen strips flickered overhead, casting everything in a sickly yellow. The barge shuddered as engines spun up. Gravity dragged at Jarek's guts as they tore free of the docking clamps and rose. Men cried out, cursing, praying, retching. Someone began a half-remembered hymn to the Golden Throne, and others took it up, the words stumbling and discordant. Jarek braced himself against the bulkhead and forced his eyes to the viewport. For a while, there was only the blurred smear of the hive wall, then an ugly expanse of armored plating crusted with defense turrets and sensor arrays. The color of the sky changed from the familiar, filthy orange of the smog layer to a black that was not an absence of light, but a presence of something vaster. Then he saw it. The void opened around the barge as it cleared the hive's upper reaches. Above and beyond, impossibly large and yet distant, hung the ships of Battle Fleet Obscurus. They were cities turned on their sides, knife-proud leviathans whose flanks bristled with macro cannons and lance arrays, whose spines were crowned with cathedrals and vox spires. Dagger-shaped escorts darted between them like hunting fish, while the great cruisers and battleships drifted in stately formation, their hulls covered with scrollwork lit by brazier fires and running lines of lumen. Void shields shimmered around them in faint, aurora-like veils. Jarek had never seen the sky. Now he saw that the sky belonged to the Emperor's warships. "Throne," someone whispered beside him, all fear momentarily forgotten. "Look at them. Look at the guns." "That one," another voice said, pointing a filthy finger at a lunar-class cruiser whose prow was decorated with a relief of the Emperor trampling a hydra. "You see it? That is the one that will be ours. That is his divine fury. I heard the scribes say it." The name settled over Jarek like another weight. The barge tilted. The view swung until the cruiser filled the viewport, a looming wall of adamantium and ceramite, pitted with old scars and patched with newer, rougher plates. As they drew closer, Jarek saw the things that swam across its surface like parasites on a sea creature's hide. Maintenance crawlers, external servitors strapped to harness rigs, men in void suits, ant-like against the ship's enormity. Something moved along the barge's central aisle. A figure in a simple black cassock, its hem stained with old oils, shuffled past the packed ratings. He was hunched and thin, his back a forest of augmetic plugs where data jacks and power feeds had been grafted. Electosensors swung from his belt, spilling out thin coils of incense that could not hope to mask the stink of fear and sweat. His face was a knot of scar tissue and metal, one eye a brass lens, the other a cloudy human orb. "Confessor," someone breathed. The priest of the void ignored the mutter. He moved slowly down the line, smearing ash from a cracked reliquary bowl onto each man's forehead, with two trembling fingers, tracing the sign of the Aquila. "You belong to the God Emperor now," he rasped, voice chewed by augmetic speakers until it was more machine than man. "You belong to his holy navy. Your flesh is the coin with which he buys victory in the wars of compliance, in the crusades that cleanse the stars. You are spent gladly, and your deaths will be recorded in honor rolls no mortal eyes will ever read. Rejoice." He pressed ash onto Jarek's brow. The gritty smear stung his skin, where sweat and brand burn had left it raw. "Do you fear the void, child?" Jarek met the confessor's mismatched gaze. "I have never seen it, until now," he said. "I do not know if I should fear it." The confessor's ruined mouth twisted as though in amusement. "You should," he said, and moved on. The barge's engines changed pitch. Grav plates juddered as docking thrusters fired. A hollow thump shook the hull as magnetic clamps seized them. A chorus of clanging, grinding sounds ran along the deck as boarding collars locked into place. Then silence for a heartbeat. A klaxon blared, making Jarek flinch. The lumen strips shifted to an angry red. The hatch at the prow ground open with ponderous reluctance, spilling harsh white light into the cramped hold. "On your feet," roared a provost from the ramp. "You stand in the presence of his divine fury. You will move with purpose. You will not speak." Chains rattled as men straightened. The shuttle's hold was a cattle pen, bare metal walls lined with racks of unused manacles, old bloodstains baked into the decking. The air was hot and wet with the breath of hundreds. A man near Jarek could not stop himself. "I should have prayed to go to the guard," he whimpered. "At least the guard die under an open sky. The fleet eats you." An older pressed man beside him snorted. "Only the dead leave Battlefleet Obscurus," he said. "The guard bury you in mud. The navy forgets you in the dark. There is no better fate. There is only faster and slower." "Silence," snapped a provost, turning, his mask lenses fixed on the younger man who had spoken first. The rating tried to melt back into the crowd, but hands shoved him forward. The provost gestured, and two others grabbed the man by the arms, dragging him into the open space at the center of the hold. "We have given you warning," the masked officer said, voice booming from his Vox grill. "You will learn discipline. You will learn that the void does not forgive complaint." He raised his shock maul. The first blow struck the man across the face with a crack like snapping bone. It was snapping bone. Teeth flew in a spray of blood. The rating sagged, stunned, but the provost did not stop. He beat the man methodically, each strike accompanied by the high-pitched whine and greasy blue flare of the maul's power field. Ribs caved in. An arm broke backwards at the wrong angle. The last blow came down on the man's skull. There was a wet, hollow sound, and the head sagged, crushed in on itself. By the time the provost stepped back, the rating was an unrecognizable ruin, twitching feebly. His breath bubbled red. The officer looked around at the silent, staring faces. "Let this instruction guide you," he said. "In the void, loose tongues spill more blood than enemy guns. You are ratings, not men. You speak when commanded. You cry out only in praise." He gestured. The broken body was dragged to the side of the hold and left there, limbs at wrong angles, eyes staring up at the rusted roof. "Disembark," the provost ordered. They went. The docking bay of his divine fury swallowed them. It was vast, a cathedral of steel and void shields. Gantries crisscrossed the air, swarming with servitors on tracked platforms and men in void suits checking mooring clamps. The far wall was a haze of motion. Cargo lifters whined on heavy suspensors, hauling crates marked with Munitorum sigils and hazard runes. In the distance, beyond a shimmering field of pale blue energy, Jarek saw the stars again, cruel pinpricks against the endless dark, and the curve of high Vardos shrinking away. The sound was a constant, pounding roar, the thrum of plasma conduits, the distant boom of macro-cannon test firing, the clatter of chains, the bark of orders riding the air on Voxcant. Jarek had thought the hive was alive. Compared to this, Hive Vardos was a corpse, drained and forgotten. His divine fury breathed around him, a machine spirit whose every exhalation was a storm. Provosts and petty officers lined them up in rough ranks on the embarkation deck. Lumen rigs blazed down from above, turning sweat to gleam on bare heads. The air was cooler here, touched by recycled ozone, yet Jarek still felt the heavy weight of the ship all around, pressing in. A man in a void-stained greatcoat stepped onto a loading crate to look down over them. His hair was iron grey, cropped short. His face was a ruin of old scars, one ear replaced by a Vox bead stud, one eye replaced by a crude, augmetic lens that whirred faintly as it focused. He wore a petty officer's badge on his chest, battered and dulled by years of service. His arms were thick with corded muscle, and his knuckles were tattooed with faded aquilus and skulls. "Listen up, cargo," he said. His voice carried easily even without a vox. "I am Petty Officer Grieg. I am your deck boss. When I speak, you answer. When I shout, you move." He surveyed them with open contempt. "You have been torn out of your hives and pits and manufacturer, and branded as ratings of Battlefleet Obscurus. You belong to this ship now, his divine fury." He jerked a thumb at the deck beneath his boots. "She is a lunar-class cruiser of the Emperor's Holy Navy. She has more years of void war in her keel than you have days of life. She has spat shells into the hearts of heretic worlds and ridden out storms in the immaterium that would have split lesser hulls apart. She does not care who you are. She cares that you work, bleed, and die when ordered." Grieg's augmetic eye clicked as it focused on Jarek's section. "You will learn your serials. You will forget your old names. You will push shells the size of hab blocks into macro-cannon throats until your arms tear at the sockets. You will scrub decking with your own blood if that is what it takes to scour away the stain of your failure. You think the hive was hell?" He bared his teeth. "Down there, if you stumbled, the machine line might chew your arm. Up here, if you falter, the ship dies, the fleet dies, worlds burn, and then, because the Imperium is just, you will be executed for cowardice." A thin, humorless chuckle ran through the gathered officers behind him. "You are Voidsmen now," Grieg said. "You do not need to understand the war. You just need to understand that you are part of the weapon that fights it. A fleck of powder in the charge, a drop of oil in the gears, fail, and the machine casts you out." He jabbed a scarred finger towards the docking bay barrier, where the void shimmered just beyond. "And out there is only the black, and that hell is far worse than anything in your hives." He jumped down from the crate. "Section heads will now claim their allocations. You will follow them when they call your serial. You will not fall behind. There is nowhere to go and nothing to go back to." Officers and senior ratings began barking strings of serials. Men peeled away in clumps, shuffling towards different hatches and stairwells, already vanishing into the ship's labyrinthine guts. Jarek listened, heart hammering, until he heard his own new designation snap from a sergeant's mouth. The sound of those numbers, those arbitrary marks, was like the click of a lock closing. He moved when ordered, boots thudding on deck plating worn smooth by generations of other pressed men. As his section was marched towards a yawning corridor mouth, he glanced back once at the docking bay and the faint smear of high Vardos framed beyond the void shield. He had never seen the sky. Now he had lost it. Jarek turned his face towards the ship's interior and felt the heat of its lungs on his skin, the vibration of its heart in his bones. Steel walls closed in around them as they were led down into narrower passageways lit by red emergency strips and lined with alcoves containing shrines, purity seals, and the mummified remains of long-dead officers wired into the bulkheads as eternal guardians. Men muttered prayers as they passed, touching warded skulls, the edges of parchment, the cracked casing of a saint's fingerbone reliquary. The air smelled of incense, oil, and old blood. Jarek did not pray. His thoughts were a tight knot. He thought of the corpse dumped under the shrine back in the sump, a man who had tried to run and had instead been spent on a bolt round. He thought of the brand burned into his wrist. He thought of the barge hold and the man beaten to pulp for a complaint. He thought of High Vardos, its endless grinding misery, and the fact that he had at least known its pathways, its dangers, its rules. He did not know the rules here yet. As they marched deeper, the hum of the ship grew louder, like a caged thing growling. Jarek clenched his branded wrist, feeling the sting and throb, and made a silent vow that tasted like rust and ash. He would live long enough to walk under the hive's rusted gantries again. He would see the sump fog rising from the canals and taste manufactorum smoke in his lungs. He would not die nameless in some lightless corridor, just another rating expended. He did not know that the Navy had its own vows, written into the bones of its ships and the pages of its ledgers. No one went home. They went on, swallowed whole by his divine fury. They stripped them bare and took their names. The induction hall lay somewhere deep within the spine of his divine fury, a cavern of stone and steel dug into the ships, back like a hive burrow. Jarek Holt shivered on the chill decking, shoulder to shoulder with hundreds of other fresh-pressed ratings, all of them naked and goose-fleshed in the thin air. Moisture dripped from high pipes in slow, greasy drops. The hum of conduits ran through the walls like a heartbeat. Flood lamps glared down from the vaulted ceiling, bleaching color from flesh. Jarek could see every scar and brand on the men around him. The old penal marks, the manufactorum burns, the chemical scalds, the lash lines. He wondered what his own body looked like to the eyes watching from the gallery above. Another piece of cheap, scarred meat. "Stand straight," snapped a voice. Shock mauls crackled. A man who had hunched his shoulders against the cold jerked as blue-white sparks danced along his spine. He cried out, then clamped his jaw shut. A siren wailed once. From a side door, a knot of robed figures emerged, moving like a clot along the gantry that circled the hall. They wore the red of the Adeptus Mechanicus, their robes trimmed with sigils stitched in copper thread. Servo skulls and small insectile servo constructs fluttered and skittered around them. Augmetic limbs whirred beneath their robes, and mechadendrites snaked from beneath cowl shadows, tipped with tools and needles. At their center walked an engine seer whose flesh had long since lost the war with metal. His lower jaw was an iron grill, grinding as he whispered Binharic litanies. Cables ran from the back of his skull into a bulky backpack of humming machinery. His eyes were twin lenses that clicked and narrowed as he surveyed the men below. "Begin decontamination," he rasped, Vox synthesizer threading static through every word. Nozzles descended from the ceiling like the snouts of predatory beasts. Cold chemical rain hammered down, a stinging, choking torrent that reeked of solvents and sanctified acid. Men flinched, some raising hands instinctively before the nearest provosts bellowed at them to keep their arms at their sides. The fluids ran in streams over skin, pooling at their feet before gurgling into iron grills carved with the aquila. Wherever it touched old cuts and brand wounds, it burned like live fire. Jarek sucked in a breath and nearly gagged. The spray stripped the last traces of hive stink from him, taking oils and dirt with it, leaving his skin raw and tingling. For a moment, he felt as though his whole life in the sump was being eaten from his body, washed away, leaving only this ship, this hall, this moment. The deluge cut off as abruptly as it had begun. Men shivered, slick and dripping. Steam curled from the floor. The engine seer lifted a bionic hand. Servo skulls descended, lenses whirring, Auspex beams sweeping back and forth over the line of naked flesh. One skull paused before a man with a crooked spine, beams ticking, then emitted a shrill tone. A mecha dendrite whipped out from the engine seer's shoulder like a striking snake, its tip a buzzing saw. "Deformity detected," the engine seer intoned. "Unfit for void labor, fit for reclamation." The man barely had time to scream before the saw plunged into his throat. Blood sprayed in a bright arc, hot and vivid against the washed steel. The mechadendrite worked back and forth with horrible efficiency, severing neck from shoulders. The head toppled, bounced once, then rolled to a stop at Jarek's feet, eyes still blinking in bewilderment. Jarek stared down into them. They were blue like his own. Provosts stepped forward, dragging the twitching, headless body away. A servitor with a rust-stained apron and a basket marked with skull and cog stepped up, scooped the head into the container without ceremony, and trundled off towards a side door marked with hazard runes and the sigil of the Departamento Munitorum. Nothing was wasted aboard a warship. "Remove those unfit for service," the engine seer murmured, already looking elsewhere. "The rest may be processed." They were driven forward in batches, first through a line of buzzing cutters that sheared hair from their skulls down to the flesh, then past scribes who pressed blank tags of rust-spotted tin into their hands. Each tag bore a stamped serial, long strings of letters and numbers pressed deep enough to take a lifetime's wear. Jarek's hand closed around his. It was still warm from the press. He did not need to read it. His wrist already burned where the fleet brand had been seared into him back in the hive. This tag was only another layer of the same truth. At the far end of the hall, boxes of clothing and gear had been dumped in heaps. Senior ratings barked orders as the new men stumbled up to receive their allotment. Suit, void, pattern 3, 1 per rating. Rebreather, discard filters from previous user. They are burnt out. Boots, 2 sizes too big. Stuff them with rag. You are not a Lord Solar. Tag chain. Move. Jarek caught the bundle thrown at his chest, almost dropping it in his numb fingers. The void suit was a stained patchwork thing, its rubberized fabric stiff with old sweat and repair seams, its joints wrapped with sealing tape, bearing faded litanies in low Gothic. The rebreather was a heavy, snout-like mask with cracked lenses and a filter canister stamped with a date from some forgotten campaign. The rating tag's chain was a plain loop of metal that clinked softly as he threaded it through the hole in the tin and slipped it over his head. He pulled the suit on. It clung to him like dead skin, still damp from its last occupant. The rebreather hung at his belt for now, its weight unfamiliar. A priest stood atop a crate at the edge of the gear line, flanked by 2 servitors with portable sensors. Smoke coiled around him, carrying the smell of burned oil and cheap incense. He wore a simple black robe, his head shaved, his face marked with the tiny scars of penitential knives. In one hand, he held a battered copy of the ship's ordinances, its pages stained and thumbed. In the other, He held a short iron rod topped with a skull and cog. "Attend," he said, his voice surprisingly strong. "By decree of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the ship's own machine spirit, you will hear the litany of binding." The servitors swung their censers, drenching the processing hall in smoke. The priest lifted his voice, and the words rolled over them, rhythmical, drilled into generations of ratings. "Steel is eternal," he intoned. "Flesh is expendable. Steel remembers, flesh forgets. Steel endures the void. Flesh is bled for the void. Your blood oils the gears. Your bones brace the hull. Your breath feeds the fires. You are bound. You are claimed. You serve the machine that serves the Emperor." He gestured with the iron rod, indicating the walls around them, the decks under their boots. "Repeat." The order rode the air like a blow. Senior ratings glared, daring anyone to stay silent. "Steel is eternal," the new ratings muttered. Voices rose and fell, some defiant, some terrified, some empty. "Flesh is expendable." Jarek's throat tightened. The words tasted wrong. They were salt in an open wound. Yet he heard his own voice add to the murmur, heard himself say that his flesh, his life, his everything were expendable, and that this was right and good. The priest nodded, as if satisfied. "You are now bound to his divine fury. May she kill your enemies and remember your names, if the Emperor wills that you had one." They were herded out of the induction hall in squads, tagging along behind their new masters. "Macro batteries to port. Follow Grieg's mark," came the shout. "Drive galleries. Follow Tech Hestiron. Torpedo ordnance. Follow Petty Gunner Vask. Reclamation pits and waste management. Follow Overseer Dran." The names and assignments washed past Jarek. He caught fragments from the men around him. "Emperor's grace, not the pits. Anything but reclamation. They say the drive galleries cook you from the inside. You work near the reactors. Your teeth glow. At least torpedo crews see daylight when the doors open. In the guns, you see nothing but metal and sweat." Macro batteries, he thought. That must be where Grieg was headed. The petty officer's bulk could be seen above the crowd like a prow through waves. "Macro crew, this way," Grieg barked. "If you can lift, if you can push, if you can keep your bowels sealed when you hear the guns speak, you belong to me." Jarek did not choose. His feet moved. When the flow of bodies split, he found himself swept into the current following Grieg, down a spiral stairwell that seemed to never end, deeper into the ship's flanks. The air grew hotter, the hum of distant machinery intensified, becoming a constant throb that vibrated in his bones. The corridor opened at last, onto a space so vast, Jarek could not at first understand what he was seeing. Macro. Battery 9 ran away in both directions until the deck vanished in haze. It was not a room, but a canyon carved through the ship's side. Overhead, gantries and cranes hung from support arches as thick as hive levels. The guns themselves rose from the deck like the backs of slumbering beasts. Colossal barrels of reinforced adamantium, each one as long as a manufacturum line, their muzzles capped with dripping blast shutters. Chains as thick as a man's torso looped from housings to bulkheads, binding the giants in place. The smell hit him. Oil, grease, propellant, old blood, old sweat. The stink of men who had lived and died in this place for generations. Grieg turned to them, face lit by the deck's flickering lumens. "This is Macro Battery 9, he said. "You will come to know every bolt of her, every demon in her machinery. These cannons speak with the voice of the Emperor in the tongue of high explosive. You will be the ones who teach them the words." He gestured, along the deck. Teams of older ratings moved about the guns, checking loaders, spitting curses at malfunctioning servitors, tightening bolts. Some looked up as the new men were marched in, eyes dull with exhaustion, measuring the fresh faces the way Jarek had seen sumpgangers measure incoming resec allocations. "Drill," Grieg snapped. "We will teach you how not to die when the guns fire in earnest. Line up by the loading cradles. You, and you, front rank. Holt, was it? His augmetic eye whirred, centering on Jarek. You have arms on you. Front rank for you as well. Jarek swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. He stepped where Grieg pointed. The loading cradle before him was a thing of brutal elegance. A metal trough mounted on a wheeled track, braced with hydraulic pistons. Beside it loomed a dummy shell, a cylinder of dense metal painted warning yellow, slick with old sweat and handprints. It was as long as Jarek was tall and heavier than a ground car. These are blank rounds for drill, Grieg said. No warheads, no propellant, just mass. You will treat them as if they could explode at any touch, because the real ones will. On the command, you will load the shell into the breech. You will do so in the time the machine spirit demands. You will not trap your limbs. You will not misalign the cradle. You will not fail, or the gun will claim you. He paced between the teams, boots ringing on the deck. Hands on. Jarek and the others seized the shell. Cold metal bit into his palms. Muscles in his shoulders and back bunched as they heaved the cylinder onto the cradle. The servitor at the winch, a pallid thing with half its face replaced by a cogitator, twitched and prepared to ratchet the cradle forward. On my mark, Grieg called, by the seconds of the litany. Ready. Load. The servitor cranked the handle. The cradle lurched along its track, carrying the shell towards the looming breech of the macro cannon. Jarek pushed, shoulder under the cylinder, matching the cradle's movement, keeping it steady. His feet slipped on the oil-slick deck. He gritted his teeth. Faster, Grieg barked. The enemy does not wait while you coddle a shell. They forced the round into the gaping throat of the gun. It seated with a heavy, satisfying clunk that thrummed through Jarek's arms. Back, shouted a senior loader. Clear the breach. Clear. They staggered away, hauling the cradle back so that imaginary breech doors could close. Grieg clicked something on his belt. A harsh klaxon whooped. The gun shuddered, once, then again, as dummy recoil pistons fired. The deck shook. Dust and flakes of paint drifted down from the overhead skeletal arches. That was practice, Grieg said. You took too long. The next time you move faster. In battle, you will do this amidst smoke and blood and screaming. You will do this while the deck tilts and the void claws at the hull. You will do this with your ears bleeding from the gun's voice. You will do this, or you will die under it. They repeated the drill. Shell on cradle, heave, push, seat, clear, recoil. Sweat slicked Jarek's back under the void suit. His arms burned, his lungs dragged in air that tasted of propellant and old grease. Men cursed under their breath, or whispered prayers, or simply grunted. Grieg prowled like a predator, cuffing shoulders, adjusting stances. Then a man screamed. It was a sharp, brief sound, cut off mid-cry. Jarek turned his head in time to see one of the teams to his left jerk as the cradle slammed forward unexpectedly. A loader's hand, caught on the lip of the shell, did not clear in time. There was a wet crunch. The recoil pistons fired for the drill cycle. The shell juddered, then stopped, half-seated. Where the loader's hand had been, there was now only a mangled smear between metal and metal, fingers pulped into a spreading mess of bone shards, muscle, and skin. The man staggered. Back, his arm ending abruptly in a ruin that pumped thick, dark blood with every heartbeat. Strands of torn tendon trailed from the crushed stump like strings. He stared at it, mouth opening and closing soundlessly. A training serf in a tattered overseer's coat appeared at his side as if conjured. The serf's own eyes were dull, his skin marked with old tattooed numerals and whip scars. He carried a slate and a stylus in one hand, and a roll of stained bandage in the other. Rating injured, the serf said, his voice flat. One limb lost, removed from line, replacement required. He scribbled on his slate, the marks quick and practiced. As two other men dragged the screaming loader away, leaving a slick trail on the deck, the The serf muttered the words by rote. 1 rating expended in drill. He clicked his tongue against his teeth in a parody of annoyance, and then looked up. You, he said, pointing at another new arrival. Take his place. The man swallowed and stepped forward, eyes fixed on the blood-slick cradle. Grieg did not stop the drill. If anything, he pushed them harder, as if testing how much they would endure before something inside them snapped. By the time the cycle klaxons called an end to training, Jarek's muscles trembled with exhaustion. His hands were blistered. His throat burned from breathing in fumes. He could still hear the echo of the gun's simulated recoil in his chest, like distant thunder. They were marched to the mess without ceremony. The mess was a long, low-ceilinged hall, carved into the hull's bones, lit by dim lumens and filled with the roar of voices and the clatter of tin. Lines of ratings shuffled past serving hatches, where pallid galley serfs slopped corpse starch and thin grey stew into dented bowls. The air was thick with the smell of boiled protein, old sweat, and the bitter tang of recycled water. Jarek accepted his bowl and a cup of water that tasted of metal and something faintly sour. He found a space at a stained bench and sat, muscles protesting, and started to eat. The corpse starch was tasteless, a textureless paste that congealed on his tongue. The stew contained shapes that might once have been vegetable or vat-grown flesh. None of it mattered. His body demanded fuel. First day on the guns? The voice came from across the table. Jarek looked up. The man who had spoken wore the same basic void suit as the rest of them, but his armor harness was heavier, and the flak plates bore the sigil of crossed keys over an acular, the mark of naval armsman. Scars crisscrossed his face, one cutting through an old tattoo of a regimental number that had been half burned away. His nose had been broken at least twice. His hair was cut close to the skull, and his eyes were the flat grey of someone who had watched a lot of men die and found there was only so much that could surprise him. Macro Battery 9, Jarek said. We did drill. The armsman snorted. Drill. That is a kind word for Grieg's idea of entertainment. He stabbed a piece of something unidentifiable and chewed. Name's Cord, he said around the mouthful. Armsman Sergeant. I keep the scum from tearing each other apart when the provosts are not looking. I keep boarders from tearing this ship apart when the enemy is looking very closely indeed. You live better than us, muttered one of the other new ratings at the table, eyeing Cord's harness. You have armor at least. Cord laughed, a harsh bark. Armor is just something that keeps your insides inside you for a few more heartbeats, he said. Do not envy it. You lot are better off than the drive crews. At least when something kills you, you will see it coming. He leaned forward, fixing Jarek with a measuring look. Macro deck ratings are meat that knows how to lift, he went on. You and your friends will push shells until you drop. Some of you will drop under the guns, some under the lash, some into the void when the hull cracks. You keep feeding the cannons and maybe I do not have to repel boarders on a ship with blown shields and cold guns. That makes me like you more than most of the cargo on this rusted coffin. It was the closest thing to a compliment Jarek had heard since he boarded. He nodded, not trusting his voice. Cord nodded back once, as if a bargain had been struck, then went back to his meal. After the mess came Faith. They were herded into a space that had once been a cargo compartment and was now a shrine, its walls hung with parchments and tattered banners, its corners filled with the bones of long-dead saints mounted in brass reliquaries. The air was heavy with incense and the sweet-sour stench of old blood. At the far end, a crude altar had been erected from scrap plating, stacked in the rough shape of an aquila, its edges traced with wax from 1,000 candles. A chaplain stood behind it, his bulk filling the space. He wore armor under his black robe, the plates scarred and engraved with litanies. His face was iron, literally, a half mask of blackened metal bolted to his skull, its vox grill studded with purity seals. His eyes were dark pits under a heavy brow, and his hands were bare, knuckles marked with scars and small, deliberate burns in the shapes of sigils. His crozius lay on the altar before him, an iron-bound staff topped with a heavy, winged skull. It looked less like a sacred symbol and more like a weapon that could crush bone with horrifying ease. "Brothers," he said, and the word fell heavy as lead, "you have taken the first steps into the belly of the Emperor's wrath." He let his gaze travel over them, from scarred veteran to wide-eyed press gang conscript. "You imagine this is hell," he went on. "The cold, the hunger, the lash, the drills that kill you before the enemy even sights your hull. You are wrong." He picked up the crozius, turning it so that the lumen light ran along its edges. "Hell is when the hull fails." The murmurs in the packed chamber stilled. "I have seen it," the chaplain said, voice low but carrying. "I have walked corridors where the bulkhead seals did not close in time, where the void clawed through in a scream of air and a storm of glass. I have seen men freeze in an instant, their eyes hanging half from their sockets, their lungs burst through their mouths, their blood boil and crystallize. I have heard them break their nails against the inside of the armor glass, clawing at a darkness that does not care." He lifted the crozius higher. "I have heard the metal groan as the Geller field flickers in the warp and something on the other side presses its hands against the walls, looking for a way in. I have smelled the stink when it finds a way, when reality tears in a maintenance run and the things that live beyond your nightmares bleed into the corridors. They do not just kill. They unmake. They drink your memories. They wear your faces." Men swallowed. Some made the sign of the Aquila across their chests. "You think you fear the lash?" the chaplain asked. "Fear failing. Fear not loading the gun in time. Fear letting your thoughts wander when you should be at prayer, at station, at arms. Fear letting this ship down. When crews fail the Emperor does not save them. He lets them see what waits when his light is gone." He brought the crozius down hard on the altar. It boomed like a gunshot. "You will serve," he snarled. "You will endure. You will die in obedience or live in service. There is nothing else for you. There is nothing else for any of us." He began a hymn then, a harsh, guttural chant. The ratings joined, some with voices thick with terror, some with dull resignation. Jarek copied the words as best he could, feeling them burrow under his skin like hooks. After faith came punishment. It happened on the gun deck, at the end of a shift, when every muscle in Jarek's body screamed. He had just finished helping haul the last dummy shell back to its rack when the alarm whistle blew, the one that meant all hands stand to and watch. "Fall in," Grieg shouted. "Along the bulkhead, faces forward, eyes open." Confused, sweating, the ratings obeyed. Jarek found himself shoulder to shoulder with men from his crew, all lined up along the length of the deck. Before them, between two macro cannons, a makeshift scaffold had been erected. A pair of iron rings bolted into the overhead arch, a length of chain hanging from each. A provost pushed a man forward into the light. Jarek recognized him. The rating had sat 2 places down from him at the mess earlier that cycle, complaining in a low mutter about the thinness of the stew, the tiny portions. Now his hands were shackled behind his back, his face bloody from a beating, his eyes wide with a cornered animal's terror. "Rating," Grieg said, voice cold, "has been found guilty of misappropriation of fleet property, specifically of attempting to steal ration bars from the supply locker." A murmur ran through the deck. "Food is issued according to regulations determined by the Departamento Munitorum," Grieg went on. "It sustains those who obey. It is not a thing you take when you wish. It is a thing you are given when you earn it." He nodded at the provosts. They hauled the rating to the scaffold, unshackled his wrists only to refix his arms above his head, threading the chains through iron cuffs and hauling until his feet barely brushed the deck. His chest rose and fell in panicked jerks. "Please," he gasped. "Sir, I was hungry. That is all. I was hungry." Grieg stepped close enough that only those nearest could hear his reply. "Everyone is hungry," he said. "That is why we obey. Bring the lash." A training serf stepped forward, carrying a coil of cable tipped with barbed knots. He unrolled it with practiced care, letting it fall heavy in his hand. "Count," Grieg ordered. The first stroke took the words from the rating's mouth. The cable whistled through the air, then cracked as it struck flesh. Skin split. Blood spattered the deck. The man screamed, the sound high and thin. "One," intoned the serf. The next blow crossed the first. The barbs chewed deeper, flaying strips of skin free to hang in bloody ribbons. More red splashed the decking. The man jerked, muscles straining against the chains. "Two." The lash fell again and again. Jarek felt each strike in his teeth. The rating's back ceased to be a back and became a ragged mass of meat, ribs glistening pale where the cable had bitten to bone. Blood ran freely now, droplets pattering onto the metal beneath him, then flowing into thin rivulets that found the seams and bolt holes and trickled away. By the time the serf reached the end of the count, the man hung limp, barely conscious, his breath a wet rattle. His spine showed in places, vertebrae like white stones in a red river. "Remember this," Grieg said, turning to the assembled ratings. "Remember that the fleet does not waste its property. It does not forgive theft. It does not forgive weakness." He nodded again. The provosts moved to the man's front, seized his feet, and lifted. The chains clinked, then snapped taut as hooks were driven through the rating's wrists into the bulkhead itself. Nails, thick and cruel, punched through bone. The man shrieked once more, then sagged. They left him there, hanging on the wall between the guns, blood dripping steadily into the gratings beneath his feet. "Dismissed," Grieg barked. "Back to your stations." The line broke. Men moved away, some glancing back, some keeping their eyes fixed ahead. The stain on the deck would be scrubbed in the next cleaning cycle. The body would remain until it rotted, or someone decided it had made enough of a point. Jarek found himself chain-ganged later that cycle, wrists manacled loosely with other ratings as they were marched to their sleeping quarters. The corridor was narrow and low, hammocks slung from beams in layered tiers, bodies already filling them, the air thick and warm with breath and the smell of unwashed flesh. As they shuffled along, Jarek leaned closer to the man on his left, a gaunt fellow with a hollow face and old lash scars that told of time in some prison block. "This cannot be how the Imperium protects its own," Jarek whispered, more to himself than anyone else. The man laughed softly, a dead sound. "This is how the Imperium protects itself," he said. "We were never its own." They reached their assigned hammocks. Chains were unlocked. Jarek hauled himself up into the swaying sling of stained canvas, clutching the edges to keep from spilling out onto the hard deck. Men lay packed above and below him, breathing, muttering, snoring. Somewhere someone wept quietly into a blanket. The lumen strips were dimmed. The ship's night cycle came, but true darkness never did. The glow of status runes and emergency lamps painted the corridor in sickly colors. Jarek closed his eyes. The ship would not let him sleep easily. Even in the relative quiet of the lower decks, he could hear it. The deep, constant hum of the plasma drives far aft, the muffled clank and thud of machinery shifting in its housings, the distant grinding roar of macro cannons being test-fired into the void, sending practice rounds screaming out into the darkness where only wreckage and ghosts could ever hear them. Each thump ran through the hull and into the hammocks, a low, resentful shudder, like some vast, angry thing turning in its sleep. He thought of the guns he had touched that day, the shells he had helped heave. He thought of the loader's hand crushed into paste. He thought of the man nailed to the bulkhead, vertebrae visible through torn meat. He thought of what the chaplain had said about hull breaches and demons. Somewhere deep within the ship, a klaxon whooped once, a distant warning for some other deck, some other disaster. Jarek listened to it fade, then to the slow return of the ship's relentless pulse. He lay in the swaying canvas, wrapped in the breaths of men who were as doomed as he was, and understood that he slept inside a weapon built to kill worlds. The sirens began without warning. They cut through the roar and thrum of his divine fury, like teeth through bone, a rising, falling howl that made the metal underfoot shiver. Red lumen strips flared to life along the bulkheads, painting the gun deck in arterial color. Conversation died. Even the servitors stuttered in their tasks, cogitators pausing for a heartbeat as the ship's machine spirit diverted its attention. All hands stand to. The voice of the master of etherics boomed from the vox grills, distant and cold. Translation to the immaterium is imminent. Non-essential crew are to secure stations and retire to assigned hammocks. All ratings will observe the rites. You will pray. You will endure. The words repeated, echoing along the length of Macro Battery 9. Jarek Holt stood with both hands braced against the cradle of his assigned gun, sweat stale on his skin from the last loading drill. His muscles ached. His throat tasted of metal and propellant fumes. He looked up as the deck lights shifted from work white to warning red, felt a knot form in his gut. "First dive," muttered a loader beside him. "Never liked it, never will." "First for them," said another, jerking his head at Jarek and the other newer ratings. "They do not know enough to be afraid yet." Petty Officer Grieg's voice smashed through the murmurs. "Macro crews," you heard the order. "Guns locked, chambers clear, safeties engaged." His boot heels rang on the deck as he strode along the line, scars harsh in the red light. Non-essential. "Deck personnel to hammocks. You will have plenty of time to die in battle later. For now, you lie still, and you let the tech adepts keep the monsters outside the hull." The servitors moved with jerky precision, slamming maintenance hatches, sealing umbilicals, reducing the deck to a state of ready stillness. Massive blast doors, marked with hazard sigils and purity seals, ground down over viewports and external access ways. The gun deck became a closed tube of steel and incense smoke. "Off my deck," Grieg snapped. "If you are not bolted to these cannons, you go and whisper to whatever saints still listen." Jarek fell in with the stream of ratings heading for the companionways, following the familiar route back towards the sleeping tiers. The ship seemed louder than usual, every vibration magnified. Voices from the Vox hailers chased them down the corridors, repeating the translation warning, naming rites, codes, catechisms. On the way they passed a shrine alcove, its candles already lit. A few veterans had stopped there, dropping to their knees on the stained decking, murmuring rapid-fire prayers as they kissed relics and pressed their foreheads to rusted skulls wired into the bulkhead. One man was laughing. The sound was wrong, too bright and high, scraping against the nerves like a blade. "Into the warp again," he giggled, one hand pressed to the icon of the Aquila, the other tangling in his own cropped hair. "Straight into the Sea of Souls. Straight into the jaws. Oh yes. Feel it. Feel it." A heavy hand slammed him into the wall hard enough to rattle the reliquary. "Enough!" growled Armsman Sergeant Cord. The armsman's face was all hard lines in the red glow. His armor harness creaked as he pinned the laughing rating with a forearm across the throat. "You do not laugh at the warp," Cord said, voice low but flat with absolute certainty. "You pray. You shut your mouth, and you pray quieter." The rating gulped for breath, laughter fracturing into choked coughs. cord held him for a moment longer, eyes locked on his, then shoved him away. "Back to your hammock, meat," he said. "If you want to go mad, you do it where no one can hear you." He caught Jarek's eye as the flow of bodies carried them past. "Keep your head down, Holt," he said, "and if you start hearing voices that are not there, make sure they are at least saying something useful." The hammocks were already full of movement when Jarek reached his tier. Men clambered into stained slings of canvas, cursing as they elbowed one another, chains clinking. The air was close and thick, smelling of oil, fear, and the sour tang of bodies too long unwashed. Klaxons wailed again, closer now. "Secure for translation," intoned the master of etherics from a battered Vox unit bolted to the ceiling. "Repeat, secure for translation. May the God Emperor's hand hold us in the storm." Jarek hauled himself into his hammock, rolled onto his back, and clutched the edges. The canvas swayed with the movement of others, a pendulum rhythm. Somewhere near his feet, someone began to mutter the litany of safe passage, stumbling over words learned only half by rote. "By his will are the currents stilled," the man whispered. "By his gaze are the shoals avoided. By his wrath are the beasts of the deep driven away." In another part of the ship, far aft where the plasma drives roared and the air tasted of ozone and burned flesh, the engineerium had become a temple. The tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus moved through the vast shrine like red ghosts, mechadendrites flickering in the gloom. Altars built from reactor housings throbbed with power, girdled in chains stamped with runes of banishment and warding. The Geller field generators loomed at the chamber's heart, towering pillars of adamantium and brass, slathered in overlapping parchments of prayer, their surfaces crawled by the glow of protective sigils. Sacred oils smoked on their flanks, where acolytes daubed them with brushes made from the hair of executed heretics. Servo skulls hovered in slow orbits, incantation chimes hanging from their craniums. Magos Hestaron, his lower body replaced entirely with a cradle of tracked wheels and stabilizer pistons, raised both augmetic arms and screeched in the binary tongue of the Omnissiah. His voice was a stream of machine code, harsh and beautiful, full of logic and faith. "Blessed be the field," he pulsed. "Blessed be the barrier between the pure and the unclean. Blessed be the pulse that keeps the never-born at bay. Wake, honored engine. Wake, beloved shield. The herd enters the storm. You will guard their weak flesh." Acolytes responded in echoing bursts of cant, hands moving in practiced mudras, fingers tracing circuits in the air. With each phrase, the Geller generators answered, their low hum deepening, coils spitting chains of sainted lightning that crawled along, containment pylons, and sank into the ship's bones. Back in the cramped tiers, Jarek felt the change. The deck under his hammock woke, a slow rising throb that vibrated up through the metal frame and into his spine. The ship's reactor was warming to full translation power, feeding energy into warp drives and fields. Through the ever-present background noise, a new sound came, a low, keening note that seemed to be nothing more than vibration at first, then resolved into the howl of the primary engines as they ramped up past the limits they used in real space. "Brace," someone hissed. "Here it comes." Jarek closed his eyes. He had never seen the sky. He had never seen the warp. All he had to guide him were the horror stories of other men and the sermons of priests who spoke of the immaterium as the sea of souls, the realm of demons and gods. His divine fury lunged. The shove of acceleration pressed him down into the hammock. He gripped the canvas harder, knuckles whitening. Somewhere, a man cried out in pain as an unsecured object slammed into him. The sirens climbed to a shrill peak and cut off. Jarek felt nothing for a heartbeat. Then the universe tore. Space folded around the prow of his divine fury like paper around a blade. Through sealed viewports and armored shutters, Through layers of metal and prayer, the ship forced itself into the unreality of the immaterium. The stars, seen in that instant before shutters closed, stretched into smeared scars of light, colors twisting beyond comprehension. Then they were gone. The warp took their place. There were no windows in the sleeping tiers, but the warp did not care. It bled into dreams. Jarek's stomach turned. His inner ear screamed that he was falling, sideways, in a direction that did not exist. The hum of the Geller field rose to a constant angry whine, the sound of a wall holding back a sea that wanted nothing more than to drown it. The man in the hammock below Jarek began to sob quietly, whispering the creed, jumbling lines. A voice, calm and oddly distant, spoke from the Vox. "Translation complete," said the master of etherics. "All hands maintain prayer protocols. Geller field holding at ordained tolerances. Estimated duration of warp transit? Classified. Trust in the Emperor's light." The Vox clicked off. Time lost its shape. Jarek dozed, waking, sleeping again, each cycle bleeding into the next. The ship's chronometers marked out watches and shifts, but the warp did not obey such things. The line between hours and days grew thin and indistinct. In his dreams, he was on the gun deck, but it was wrong. The great macro cannons towered above him, their barrels drooping like the tongues of dead beasts. Blood welled from the cracks in their armor plating, thick and dark, spilling onto the deck. It rose around his boots, then his shins, then his knees, warm and slick, full of scraps of skin and teeth and rating tags. He tried to move and found he could not. The blood clung, dragging at him. It slopped higher, lapping at his thighs. Voices whispered in it, thousands upon thousands of overlapping murmurs, all speaking his serial number in different tones. Child voices, old men's voices, voices that were his own, echoing back at him from mouths he could not see. "Rating designates," they hissed. "Expendable, expendable, expendable." The blood reached his chest. He tried to scream. It poured into his mouth, hot and copper thick, drowning the sound. He jerked awake in his hammock, lungs burning, hands grabbing at his throat. The man above him was doing the same, feet thrashing, caught in his own nightmare. Somewhere down the tier, someone screamed a name over and over until a provost came and beat him quiet with a sap. Sleep became a battlefield. The warp pressed against the hull, and the hull pressed back. The Geller field burned like a sun inside the ship's heart, its unseen lines warping the madness that clawed at them. The strange showed in small ways. On the third ship night after translation, Jarek felt the atmosphere change. He lay in his hammock, not quite asleep, listening to the familiar symphony of machinery, groans, distant gun drills, snoring men. Then the lights flickered. For a heartbeat, the lumen strips went from red to a sickly, greyish pallor, then brighter than they should be, then back. Static crawled across the Vox grills. The hum of the Geller field stuttered, dropping in pitch before clawing its way back up. The air tasted wrong, suddenly dry, as if something had sucked all the moisture from it. The smell of incense from some nearby shrine surged, mingled with an acrid sting that made eyes water. Ozone and burned oils. "Field flux," someone whispered. "Throne, not now." Alarm chimes began to sound, not the wailing sirens of translation, but sharp, pulsed beeps from wall-mounted runes. Amber lights flashed along companionways, marking disturbances. In systems, most ratings only half understood. In the Enginarium, Magos Hestyron shrieked binary commands, mechadendrites flailing as he and his acolytes slammed levers and rerouted power. The Geller generators spat arcs of light that danced dangerously close to overloaded conduits, their housings creaking as stresses pushed their design to limits. "Unclean frequencies," Hestyron rattled. "Pressure on the field. Increased chant repetition. Increased sacred modulation. Do not let the mind shield falter." Litany chants hiccuped over ship-wide Vox lines as a dozen chant serfs tried to get their tongues back in order, their voices hoarse from hours of recitation. On Macro Battery 9, the disturbance manifested as a deep groan from the gun mounts and a fresh drip of condensation from the overhead. Jarek was on light maintenance duty, wiping down rails and checking for obvious stress fractures under the eye of a bored senior rating. He felt the deck shudder and looked up as lumens strobed, turning shadows into jerking staccato movements. "Keep working," snarled the senior. "Field shakes. We check for cracks after. We do not gawk at the walls." Then the Vox link clipped onto the man's harness crackled. "Maintenance detail beta. Report," came a tinny voice over faint static. "Access crawl Gamma 9 by portside magazine 3 is reporting anomalies. Shapes in the mist. Clarify." Jarek saw the senior rating frown. "Say again, Control," he said. "Shapes in the what?" There was a burst of noise, a squeal like feedback, then something that was not feedback at all. The sound of wet meat being forced through too narrow an opening, the tearing crackle of bone, and underneath it, distant, echoing laughter that made Jarek's teeth ache. The Vox went dead. The senior stared at it for a long moment, then swore quietly. "Stay here," he told Jarek and the others. "Do not touch anything you do not understand." He moved off, at a brisk pace, heading for the nearest wall Vox to report. He did not get far before Cord's squad clattered onto the deck, boots heavy on the metal, shotguns slung, armor harnesses buckled tight. Their helms were clipped to their belts for now, faces grim. "Cord," Grieg called from the far end of the battery, the petty officer's voice harsh. "You heard that?" "Shapes in the mist," Cord said. "I heard. You get a lot of reports like that. You spend enough time in the warp. Most of them are just nerves snapping." "And the ones that are not?" Grieg asked. Cord checked the load on his shotgun, the movement unconscious. Shells clicked, each one warded with small purity seals, the wax smudged from habitual handling. "The ones that are not, we burn," he said. They disappeared into the access corridors, heading for the crawl near the magazine. The warp pressed closer. Minutes stretched. Jarek found his hands wiping the same section of rail over and over, cloth moving in small, jerky motions. The lumens flickered again, just once, like the breath of something huge on the other side of a thin wall. A faint scent reached him, threading under the familiar smells of oil and sweat. A sweet, corrupt odor, like flowers that had been left too long in stagnant water, like meat left to rot in an airless room. Then the klaxon sounded. "Containment breach," snarled the deck Vox, voice taut. "All available armsmen to portside magazine 3 access. Emergency bulkheads at G level slamming. Non-combat personnel will assist in sealing. Repeat, non-combat personnel will assist in sealing." Grieg's head snapped up. "You heard that?" he shouted. "You, Holt, you, and you." He jabbed a finger, picking men at random. "With me. We are closing doors before something comes sniffing along the corridors." The emergency bulkhead controls for that section were in a junction throat 2 levels down, near enough to the reported breach to make Jarek's mouth go dry. They moved at a run, boots slamming off the deck. The corridors narrowed as they headed towards the magazine levels, machine noise growing louder. The air felt thicker, as if they were moving through something more viscous than atmosphere. They reached the junction. The first thing Jarek saw was blood. It filmed the deck in a thin, slick layer, reflecting the red strobe of the lumens. It beaded on the bulkheads, sprayed in arcs, dripped steadily from overhead piping. There were fragments of meat scattered like butcher's offcuts, some still twitching, here a hand, stripped of skin, tendons glistening like wet cords. There a jawbone, teeth intact, the tongue hanging in shreds. The air stank of copper and something else, a hot, bitter musk that made his stomach clench. "Emperor," one of the ratings whispered, stopping dead. The shapes on the deck wore the remnants of work fatigues and tech robes. Faces were gone, flayed away in neat, smooth swathes, leaving skulls painted in red muscle. One body had been turned inside out, ribs splayed, organs piled neatly beside it in twitching heaps, as if some curious hand had been examining how a man was put together. Grieg did not slow. His jaw clenched, but his eyes did not look away. "Control, this is Grieg," he snapped into the wall-vox. "Portside Magazine 3 access shows structural contamination. Work detail is gone. Sending arms status." He cut the channel before anyone could answer. "Cord!" he bellowed. The reply came from further down the passage, past a bend where the light seemed thicker, the air hazed. "Here," Cord called. "Hold your positions. Do not come closer." Jarek squinted. A fog was curling around the corner, a low, crawling mist that moved with a mind of its own, tendrils stretching and recoiling. It glimmered with colors that hurt to look at, greens and purples that had no place in honest light. Something moved in it. For a moment, Jarek thought it was a man, a tall, thin man, emerging from the swirling haze with hands outstretched. Then the perspective slipped, like a gear missing a tooth, and he realized the limbs were wrong. There were too many joints, bending the wrong way. Fingers that split at the knuckles into clusters of hooked spurs. What Jarek had taken for eyes were pits of pressure in the air, places his gaze slid off, yet could feel boring into him, cold and invasive. His skull rang. Whispered words pushed against the inside of his thoughts, promising release, promising safety, promising an end to the fear if he would just step forward, just open the door, just let something in. "Back!" Cord roared. He stepped into view, helm sealed now, shotgun up. The charms hanging from the barrel clinked as he moved. His squad flanked him, weapons ready, faces grim behind visors. The thing in the mist reached for them. The walls around its limbs seemed to stretch and ripple where it touched. Them, paint blistering, metal weeping small rivulets of dark fluid. "By his light," Cord snarled, "you are not welcome here." He pulled the trigger. The shotgun boomed, the sound massive in the confined space. Sanctified shot tore into the fog-wreathed shape. The mist howled, a sound that had no relation to air through throat, reverberating directly in Jarek's bones. The creature jerked as if struck by more than metal, its limbs thrashing, joints twisting in new, impossible directions. The world flickered. For a heartbeat, Jarek saw the corridor as it might be without the Geller field. Walls stretched into jagged angles that did not meet anymore. Gravity twisted sideways, the flayed bodies reassembling themselves into grotesque parodies of men with faces made of stolen skin. Then the field flared, blue-white and furious, a ripple of force rolling down the corridor from unseen generators. The mist shrank from it, smoking like fat on a fire. The warped shape shrieked as its edges burned away, limbs collapsing in on themselves. Cord fired again, and again. On the third volley, the thing tore like paper. It ripped apart with an explosion of colorless light and a rain of ash that never quite hit the deck, dissipating into nothing before it could settle. The mist thinned. The humming pressure in Jarek's skull lessened, leaving behind a throbbing ache. Silence fell, ragged and incomplete, broken only by the drip of blood and the hiss of damaged valves. "Seal that bulkhead," Cord ordered, voice hard. Jarek realized he was staring, hands frozen on the emergency lever. Grieg was looking at him, expression unreadable. "Move, Holt," Grieg said. "The warp does not need more doors." Jarek grabbed the wheel, fingers slipping in drying blood, and heaved. Muscles screamed. The mechanism resisted, then turned with a grinding clang. Heavy slabs of battered adamantium slid out of recesses, grinding across the corridor mouth until they met in the center with a resounding boom. Huge locking bolts slammed home, the sound like a giant's knuckles. Status runes above the door flickered from amber to a steady red. Sealed. Behind the new barrier, something scratched once, twice, then stopped. Word of the breach spread faster than any official report. By the time Cord's squad and Grieg's small band of helpers returned to Macro Battery 9, the gun deck was full of huddled clusters of men, voices low, eyes wide. The story had already taken on shapes of its own. The maintenance team eaten, their souls screaming in the pipes, a demon loose in the ventilation, the Geller field failing. Jarek heard snatches as he staggered past, the smell of blood still in his nostrils. Flayed them all, I heard. Hung their skins like banners. Saw a man with his own face in his hands talking to it. Field is faltering. Tech adepts are sacrificing crew to feed it. Saw them drag a whole chain gang down to the drives. Fear was a living thing, contagious as plague. It was into that ferment that the commissar came. Vaughn Malchus was not tall, but he carried himself as if he were. His greatcoat was black, edged in red piping, its shoulders marked with the aquila and the twin skull of the commissariat. His peaked cap sat at a precise angle atop haircut close to the skull. A power sword hung at his hip, its hilt wrapped in chains and seals. His bolt pistol was a weight on his other side, holster buckle polished to a dull gleam. He stepped onto the gun deck, flanked by two storm-coated provosts with shock mauls and carapace armor. His eyes flicked once over the gathered ratings, taking in their hunched shoulders and hurried whispers, the way they flinched at every flicker of the lumen strips. "Attention," snapped Grieg. The petty officer's word carried, sharpened by long habit. Men scrambled to stand straighter, forming ragged lines between the guns. Malchus walked along the front of them, boots, clicking. His gaze was cold, assessing. "I am told," he said, voice calm, "that there has been an incident near this battery." No one spoke. No one needed to. The smell of blood still clung to Yarek's void suit. The image of flayed bodies and the thing in the mist burned behind his eyes. Malchus nodded as if they had answered. "There are things in the warp," he went on. "You all know this. You were told before you ever set foot on this ship. You were warned. The warp is not empty. It is full of thoughts, of lies, of old sins given teeth." He stopped in front of a rating whose hands were shaking so badly he could not keep them still at his sides. "The Emperor, in his wisdom," Malchus said, "has given his navy means to hold those things at bay. Geller fields, wards, prayers, faith." He raised one gloved hand, gesturing around, taking in the deck, the men, the ship. "Fear is allowed. Only a fool does not fear the warp. Panic is treason. Hysteria is treason. Spreading defeatist rumors, doubting the strength of the Emperor's protection, these are acts of sedition. The arch-enemy does not need to breach our hull if he can breach your conviction." He pivoted sharply. "Step forward," he said. "You." The shaking rating blinked, then tried to look behind him, as if Malchus might be addressing someone else. The commissar's eyes narrowed. "You," he repeated. "Forward, now." The man stumbled out of the line, feet slick on the deck. He looked young, his brand still raw on his wrist, void suit hanging loose on a frame that had not yet filled out from the shipboard rations. His eyes darted from Malchus to Grieg to the bolt pistol at the commissar's hip. "State your name and serial," Malchus said. "Our rating designate," the man stammered, voice cracking. "Port crew. I was with the maintenance team, sir. I saw it take them. It was in the air, in the walls. His words tumbled over one another, turning into a high, babbling stream. "Silence," Malchus said. The rating kept speaking, the words spilling out. "Cannot keep it out. It comes through the metal, comes through our eyes. I can still hear them screaming in the pipes. Hear them." Malchus drew his bolt pistol. The weapon's machine spirit purred, a hungry growl. The muzzle came up, steady as a turret. For a moment, the only sound on the gun deck was the distant throb of the drives and the crackle of the lumen strips. "In the name of the Emperor of mankind," Malchus said, I find you guilty of sedition, of spreading defeatist lies, and of endangering the morale of his servants." The rating's mouth worked. No sound came. Malchus shot him in the face. The bolt round detonated inside the man's skull. Bone, brain, and blood erupted in a wet burst, spraying the nearest men with hot tissue. The headless body stood for a fraction of a heartbeat, spurting arterial fanfares, then crumpled bonelessly to the deck. Jarek flinched as something warm and sticky flecked his cheek. He did not raise a hand to wipe it away. Malchus did not lower the pistol. "Two more," he said quietly, scanning the line. "You and you." He picked them by the look in their eyes, perhaps, or the way they stood. One had been muttering since the commissar entered, words running together in a frantic hiss. The other clutched a set of prayer beads so hard his knuckles were bloodless, lips skinned back from his teeth. They stepped out, shaking. "You have spoken of failure," Malchus said. "You have speculated aloud on the strength of the Geller field. You have told others that they will die. In your fear, you have served the arch-enemy." He executed them both with the same brutal efficiency, two sharp shots that pounded Yarek's ears, filling the air with the copper stench of fresh blood. Skulls burst like overripe fruit. Fragments of bone clattered across the deck. The gun deck was utterly silent now, every man locked in a rigid mask of obedience. Somewhere, a servitor continued its slow, programmed task, oblivious, mechanical hands wiping blood from the base of a macro-cannon breech with the same monotonous care it had used before. Malchus holstered his pistol. "You are afraid," he said, voice steady. "Good. Channel it. Direct it. Place it at the service of your duty. The Emperor protects those who protect his realm. He does not protect cowards. He does not save those who would infect others with their weakness." He nodded to Grieg, then turned on his heel and walked off the deck, his boots leaving faint bloody prints that were quickly lost in the stains already there. For a long moment, no one moved. Then the Vox grills crackled back to life. "Geller field stabilizing," came the voice of the Master of Etherics. "All decks maintain chant sequences. Secondary litanies engaged. Echo distortions within ordained. Tolerances. The Emperor's light holds." A hymn crashed through the speakers, loud enough to make teeth ache. Choirs recorded long ago sang praises in high Gothic, their voices layered with chimes and the distant rumble of organ pipes. The sound filled every corner of the ship, drowning out the quieter noises, the chittering whispers in the metal, the almost heard scratching at the edge of thought. On Macro Battery 9, the men stood under the blare of forced faith and the stink of 3 fresh corpses. Jarek wiped his cheek with the back of his hand, smearing blood across his skin. It was not his. That seemed important for some reason. He looked at the bodies cooling on the deck, at the empty hammocks he knew would be swaying that night. He felt the ship around him, humming and straining, locked in an unseen battle with a universe that hated it for existing. The warp was full of monsters. Some of them pressed against the Geller field from outside, seeking a way in. Some of them wore black coats and spoke of duty. Some of them were simply men, given license to kill other men in the name of morale. Jarek realized, with a clarity that hurt, that there was no such thing as peace in the Imperial Navy. Even when the guns were silent and the enemy was unseen, they were still at war, with the warp, with the ship, with each other, with themselves. Simply to exist in the belly of his divine fury was to fight, every heartbeat, against things he could not see and could barely comprehend. He looked up at the macro cannons looming above him, at the bulkhead still damp with blood, at the red light that painted everything the color of fresh wounds. He was a rating, a serial number, a sliver of expendable flesh bound to a machine that went to war not just with traitors and Xenos, but with the fabric of reality itself, and there was no way out but death. The order to return to the realm of men came in the middle of a sleep cycle. Jarek Holt, was half tangled in his hammock, sweat cooling on his skin despite the chill when the sirens began. They were different from the wailing that had heralded the plunge into the warp. This call was sharper, a rising, urgent howl that punched through the tiers and drove men upright in their slings. Red lumen strips flared along the bulkheads. The Vox grills crackled, coughed static, then cleared. "All hands, stand to," came the voice of the Master of Etherics, thin but steady. "Translation to real space in progress. Maintain positions. Pray for the Emperor's favor." Jarek wiped a hand across his face, smearing sleep grit and old fear. His stomach rolled at the memory of the warp's grip, the dreams that had dragged him under. The idea of leaving that place behind felt like surfacing from a drowning. If the ocean above was fire and iron rather than water, it was still better. "Guns will be hot," someone muttered in the hammock above him. "They do not pull us out of the warp for nothing." "Up!" snapped a provost, stalking down the cramped aisle between swinging bunks, shock maul crackling. "Macro crews to stations. Void suits sealed. You will move with purpose." Jarek slid from his hammock, bare feet hitting the cold plating. His void suit hung from the peg beside the sling, still patched with grime from the last drill. He shrugged into it on instinct, hands following the same motions they had used every day since induction. Arms through, seals checked, boots stamped, harness buckled, rebreather at his belt. He joined the stream of ratings, heading for the companionway, pushed along by the press of bodies. The ship was alive with sound. Through the thud of booted feet and the bark of orders, he could hear the deeper chorus, the rising whine of the plasma drives, the growl of attitude thrusters, the distant rumble of lance capacitors charging. Somewhere ahead, a bulkhead pict screen flickered into life as they passed, its image intended for officers rather than ratings. Jarek caught only a glance before the flow carried him past, but that was enough. The system the ship was dropping into floated in miniature before the lens. A yellow sun, a scatter of rock and ice, a single habitable world marked with administratum sigils denoting an agri designation. Around it, icons crawled. The green runes of Orc ships pulsed and flickered as the Auspex cogitators tried to make sense of their crude, shifting forms. Blotches of crimson marked blossoming detonations. The agri-world's orbital platforms were dying. Jarek saw one fortress ring split along its circumference, pressure bubbles flaring from the wound as the atmosphere inside escaped in a luminous halo. Crude greenskin cruisers and kill ships vomited streams of burning debris and assault craft, their gun decks flashing like bad teeth in a diseased mouth. Then the pict snapped off, replaced by the plain metal of the bulkhead. "Keep moving!" snapped a petty officer. "You will see enough when the void answers back." On the command deck, far above Jarek's head, the void outside was a tapestry of hololithic projections and auger feeds. The admiral of the battle group stood at the heart of it, his uniform immaculate despite the hour, eyes hooded as he watched the spread of hostile icons. "Battlefleet Obscurus elements, form the line," he said, barely raising his voice. A Vox aide repeated the order at greater volume, sending it spinning down command channels. "By his will, we shall cut this filth from the sky." His divine fury answered with movement. The ship rolled ponderously, coming about, her prow swinging to join the forming battle line. All around her, other vessels moved into place, cruisers and frigates, their hulls painted with the scars of past engagements, their prows bearing the sculpted images of saints and martyrs. They spread out into a wall of adamantium and faith between the onrushing Orc horde and the wounded world. Below, void shields flared into ready strength, invisible bubbles of force around each ship. On Auspex, they showed as faint, shimmering outlines. In the real void, they were nothing, until something struck them. The first greenskin salvo arrived like a thrown fist. Crude macro-cannon shells and ungainly rockets, some no more than strapped together ship wreckage and salvaged boosters, arced in ragged clouds from the Orc line. Some detonated prematurely, some missed entirely, spiraling off into the deeper dark. Enough found their marks. Impacts shuddered across the wall of Imperial hulls. Void shields flared with sudden glaring light, absorbing killing energy and turning it aside. The Geller field had been a pressure in Yarek's bones. The shields were a hammer. The deck under his feet bucked. His teeth clicked together hard enough to hurt. "Action stations!" roared the gun deck vox, immediacy sharpening the words. "Macro Battery 9, stand to. Load for full spread." "This is not a drill!" Alarm klaxons screamed in Jarek's ears as he burst onto the gun deck with the rest of the crew. Red light bathed the vast space. The macro cannons loomed, their great housings alive with status runes and sacred wards, their open mouths hungry. Grieg was already there, his battered greatcoat thrown over his void suit, scarred face split in what might have been a grin. "You know the dance," he shouted, voice riding the chaos. "Positions, shells into cradles. If you are not bleeding when we are done, you are not working." Ratings scattered to their assigned guns like components slotting into place. Jarek found his team at their usual station, the huge dummy shells of the drills replaced now with real ordnance. They were monsters. Each shell was a metal cylinder, taller than a man and many times heavier, its casing marked with hazard sigils and devotional script. The warheads packed into their fronts held enough explosive force to crack open city blocks, to shatter bunkers, to punch through void shields weakened by lance fire. Machine spirits slumbered inside them, angry and eager. Jarek laid both palms against the cold metal of the nearest shell for a heartbeat, feeling the faint vibration of its systems, the coiled potential. Then he shoved. The shell slid into the loading cradle with the help of 2 other ratings and the steady pull of a servo assist track. The cradle's pistons hissed as they locked. Sweat popped out along Jarek's hairline. His hands burned where old blisters tore open. "Cradle loaded," the senior loader yelled. "Ready for ram!" "Ram!" came Grieg's bark along the line. Servitors at the winches twitched to life, augmetic arms whirring as they spun the mechanisms. The cradle lurched forward, bearing its deadly cargo towards the waiting breech of the macro cannon. Jarek and the others leaned into it, pushing to add raw muscle to machine strength. Metal shrieked on metal. The shell's nose kissed the breech ring, then slid inside with a grinding, reluctant motion, seating within the gun's vast throat. "Clear the breach," the loader snapped. "Clear!" They hauled the cradle back, bodies straining, arms trembling. Jarek stumbled, nearly going to one knee, caught himself on the cradle's edge. His breath came in harsh, ragged pulls. A Vox unit clipped to a nearby bulkhead screamed a single word. Fire. It was not shouted. It did not need to be. The gun crews had been waiting for it since they first saw the Orc ships on the Auspex. The macro cannons themselves had been built for this, their machine spirits keyed to that command. They answered. His divine fury bellowed. The macro cannons along her flank vomited their rage into the void, shells screaming down fixed firing arcs towards the distant green icons on the tack plot. The recoil shook the entire deck. Dampers and pistons groaned, valved steam blasting from relief ports. Jarek felt the impact, run through his spine, his teeth, the back of his skull. His lungs shook inside his chest. The deck heaved under his boots, almost throwing him from his feet. Ejection ports clanged open along the side of the gun housing. Spent shell casings from the previous salvo roared out in a brass hail, rolling and bouncing across the deck, still hot enough to scorch bare skin. One slammed into a rating's leg, knocking him sideways with a curse. Another struck a man in the side, leaving a blackening scorch on his void suit. "Stop dancing with the casings!" Grieg roared, lashing out with a boot to kick the hot metal into a catchment trough. "Load! Load!" The gun had barked once. It would bark again, and again, and again, until someone died or the barrel glowed dull red from the heat of its own fury. Jarek's hand seized a fresh shell. His fingers were numb, slick with sweat and grease and the blood from his palms, but they closed around the cold metal all the same. He pushed. So did the others. The cradle rolled. The servitors sang their mechanical whine. The cycle repeated: heave, ram, clear, fire, shock. Time dissolved into that rhythm. Fire, load, fire. On the far wall, a scribe serf marked salvo counts on a slate, stylus scraping furiously. Then something went wrong. The gun 2 mounts down from Jarek's station had always been temperamental. It whispered in the wrong ways when it was cold and creaked when it should have been still. The engine sears had daubed extra oils along its braces, strapped new purity seals to its pistons, crooned Binharik to calm it. It snarled now as the order to fire came again, its recoil dampers already straining from the relentless pace. The shell left its muzzle in a blast of burning propellant. The cannon leapt back on its mounting. The brakes failed. The entire gun carriage tore free of its rails with a scream that cut through even the thunder of the battery. The massive barrel swung sideways, ploughing into the gun deck like a falling tower. Men did not have time to move. They did not even have time to scream. The cannon's mass crushed them, bones and flesh and void suits exploding under its weight. For a heartbeat, Jarek saw a loader's face in front of the tumbling mass, eyes wide, mouth open. Then the gun slammed into him, pulping him into a smear on the bulkhead. Metal shrieked as the carriage hit the deck, skidding, sparks gouting from its grinding supports. It took another 3 ratings with it as it went, bodies broken, legs torn away. Blood sprayed in long arcs, misting the air. One man's guts uncoiled from his belly in a steaming rope as the cannon rolled over him, wrapping his intestines around its base, like a parody of ceremonial ribbons. The rogue gun slammed to a halt against a support arch with a crunch that shook the entire battery. Silence punched into the noise for a heartbeat, the way it did after an unexpected blow to the head. Then the shouting resumed. "Seal, that mount!" Grieg bellowed, his voice raw. "Get those bodies off my deck, you!" He jabbed a finger at a shell team staring, frozen. "You are now that gun's crew. Move!" The surviving ratings around the wreckage gaped at him, faces splashed with the blood and meat of the men who had stood there a breath before. "Now!" Grieg roared. They moved. Jarek forced his gaze away from the ruined carriage, from the staining smear of flesh on the bulkhead that was all that remained of faces he knew. He bent his shoulders and grabbed the next shell. "Load," he muttered through clenched teeth. "Load, you bastard." The macro cannon spoke again. In the void outside, the shells tore towards the orc ships, each one a shrieking packet of death. Some glanced from void shields, others buried themselves in rusty hulls and detonated, carving gouts of flaming wreckage into the black. Crude cruisers reeled, vomiting atmosphere and greenskins, engines flaring in panic. The orcs, answered in kind. They did not form elegant firing solutions or carefully calculated spreads. They simply hurled everything they had. Macro cannon rounds, jagged and imperfect, flashed from greenskin broadsides. Rockets, some no more than strapped-together munitions and fuel drums, swarmed in clouds, some colliding with one another, others spinning wildly off course. Enough came straight. His divine fury's void shields took the first storm. Invisible walls of energy flared into view, the impact of incoming fire making them flash white-blue. The ship rang like a struck bell. Yarek's teeth vibrated in his skull. Indicator runes flickered amber on shield consoles far above. Then a salvo found the ship at an angle, glancing off the weakening shields and into an outlying section of the hull where armor was thinner. In a maintenance corridor, 3 decks above Macro Battery 9, near an external service blister, a handful of work servitors and a small crew of ratings were patching, a plate scarred by a previous engagement, welding new chunks of armor into place. They never saw the orc shell. One moment, there was only the glare of their own torches and the drip of coolant from overhead lines. The next, the world became sound and force. The impact punched through the hull like a god's fist. The plate exploded inward, shards of razor-edged metal scything through bodies, cutting limbs from torsos, heads from necks. Vacuum howled in, a ravenous beast tearing the air away. The corridor's atmosphere tore loose in a single, solid mass, carrying with it tools, debris, fragments of men. Bodies were sucked towards the ragged hole, slamming into the edges. One rating hit headfirst, his skull bursting open like a cracked fruit, brains spraying out into the void in a glittering fan before crystallizing. The first set of pressure doors tried to slam shut. The shock had warped their frames. They jammed halfway, leaving a gap that the screaming vacuum clawed through. Further down the corridor, another set of bulkhead doors slammed down, powered by emergency hydraulics keyed to pressure loss. They came down on whoever was beneath them with absolute indifference. On the gun deck, Jarek saw none of this directly. What he saw was the feed on a small, battered pict slate welded above one of the status consoles, a grainy, flickering image piped from a corridor lens. He saw the doors come down. He heard, even through the ship's groans and the roar of the guns, the far-off, thin cries of men caught beneath them, cut in half, upper bodies clawing at the decking as their lower halves spun away into the void. Blood boiled from their wounds in misty plumes, freezing into pink crystals that glittered in the strobing lights. Then the lens went black, cracked by a fragment of flying metal. Impact on upper maintenance deck, the deck vox reported with clinical calm. Breach sealed, casualty list to follow. Stop staring at ghosts, Grieg snarled. Those men are already in the Emperor's accounting. You are not yet. Load the guns and earn the right to join them. The orcs were not content to hammer the fleet from a distance. Warning runes flared along the edges of the gun deck, sirens adding a new note to the cacophony. The vox cut through the thunder of the macro cannons. Enemy assault craft inbound, came the voice of the tactical officer. Multiple pods on interception vector. Seal non-essential compartments. All armsmen to boarding stations. Repeat, armsmen to boarding stations. Cord was already moving. He slammed a fresh magazine into his shotgun, the motion practiced, the shells rattling into place. Around him, his squad checked weapons, blades, grenade pouches, void helmets locked down over faces, rebreathers hissing as they sealed. Pods will go for the soft spots, Cord growled as he led them out of the gun deck and into the adjacent corridor. Maintenance blisters, secondary airlocks, places where the armor is thin and the meat is thick. Stay together. Watch your corners. If you see something bigger than you, shoot it until it stops moving. Then shoot it again. The assault pods hit the hull like meteors. Jarek felt the impacts as distant thuds, separate from the rhythm of the macro cannons. Somewhere beneath the deck, the armor groaned, metal deforming under the colossal energy transfer. Maglock clamps dug in, teeth biting into the cruiser's hide. Boarding drills whirred, chewing through external plating. In a passageway near a secondary ingress point, the overhead lumens blew out, showering sparks. Emergency strips flickered to life, painting everything in intermittent flashes of red and white. Cord and his men arrived as the first boarding tube punched through. The outer section of the corridor's wall bulged, then ruptured inwards in a spray of shattered metal and freezing air. For a heartbeat, the void howled through the breach, dragging unsecured debris and one unlucky rating into the darkness. His body pinwheeled away, arms and legs flailing, until the cold took him and his movement stiffened. Then the orcs came. They thrust through the breach in a green tide, bulky forms crammed into the confines of the tube, armored plates clanking, crude glyphs smeared across their gear in dried blood and yellow paint. Their eyes were feral red, jaws full of ragged teeth. Crude shooters and choppers filled their fists. They roared as they came, guttural bellows of excitement, as if they were not breaking into an enemy warship, but into a feast hall. "Contact!" Cord snarled, raising his shotgun. "For the Emperor! Kill them all!" The corridor exploded into motion. Shotguns boomed, their sanctified shot punching into the front ranks of the orcs at near point-blank range. Green flesh burst, bones splintering, black blood spraying across the walls. The first greenskin through took a blast square in the throat. Its head separated from its shoulders in a fountain of dark ichor, but its body lurched forward another few steps before collapsing. Orc fire answered. Crude bullets, little more than chunks of metal rammed into propellant, screamed down the corridor, ricocheting from bulkheads, punching through flak armor. A naval armsman beside Cord staggered as his chest evaporated in a spray of red pulp, his spine visible for a heartbeat, before he fell. The press of bodies turned the passageway into a butcher's trough. There was no room for elegant maneuver, no space to retreat. Men and orcs smashed together, blades rising and falling, boots slipping in blood. Cord slammed his shoulder into the nearest orc, shoving the greenskin back a step, then rammed the barrel of his shotgun up under its chin. He pulled the trigger. The top of the creature's head disintegrated, skull fragments and brain matter splattering across the ceiling. Another orc barreled into him, massive chopper swinging. Cord ducked, felt the blade scrape across his shoulder plates, glanced off his helm. Pain lanced down his arm, hot and sharp. He dropped the empty shotgun, letting it hang from its sling, and drew his naval cutlass in a single, practiced motion. The cutlass's mono-edged blade bit into the orc's side as it swung again, carving through crude armor and into muscle. The greenskin roared, backhanding him with enough force to send him crashing into the opposite wall. His vision flared white. He tasted blood as his teeth cut his inner lip. He pushed off the bulkhead and threw himself back into the melee. An armsman to his left took a chopper across the belly. The blade howled as it ripped through armor and flesh, opening the man from hip to rib. Loops of intestine spilled out, glistening and wet, coiling onto the deck. The armsman did not fall. With a snarl that was half rage, half prayer, he seized his own spilling guts in both hands, ignoring the pain and the way they slipped through his fingers. He staggered forward, wrapping the slick coils around the neck of the orc that had cut him, hauling them tight like a garrote. "Die!" he gasped, face white, teeth bared. "Die in the Emperor's name!" The orc thrashed, eyes bulging as the improvised noose bit. It dropped its chopper, thick fingers clawing at the slick, strangling viscera. The armsman tightened his grip, muscles standing out in ropes under his skin. The greenskin's neck snapped with a crack that cut through the din. Both fell together. The armsman's eyes were already glazing, his life spilling out in a steaming pool that mingled with black orc blood. Cord stepped over their bodies, sword lashing out to take another orc's hand at the wrist. The severed limb spun away, fingers still flexing, chopper clattering. A shotgun barked behind him, someone else firing into the gap. The assault tube became a bottleneck filled with corpses. The orcs, for all their ferocity, could not bring their numbers to bear in such tight confines. The armsmen gave ground grudgingly, one bloody step at a time, choosing when to stand and when to fall back to secondary positions. When the last greenskin in that section fell, hacked apart and perforated, the passageway looked less like a corridor and more like a slaughterhouse ditch. Limbs lay where they had been hacked from bodies. Spent shells and dropped magazines floated a finger width above the deck, bobbing in the slowly equalizing gravity, bumping against chunks of flesh and shattered armor. The breach still gaped in the hull, a jagged-edged wound. Emergency shutters trembled, then slammed down over it with a clang, sealing with a hiss of deployed foam and locking bolts. Cord sucked air through his rebreather, chest heaving. His armor was slick with gore, much of it not his. His eyes flicked over his remaining men, counting, marking. Too many gaps. "Search the bodies," he rasped. "Make sure they stay dead. Strip anything useful. Then we redeploy. There will be more pods." Far away from that narrow hell, on Macro Battery 9, Jarek knew only that the boarding alarms had sounded, and then, after a long grinding interval, fallen silent. The guns had never stopped firing. He pushed shells into the cradles until his muscles felt like wire and scraped bone. The deck under his boots was a patchwork of blood and oily water, slick and treacherous. At some point, a shell slipped as it was being maneuvered, catching a rating's shoulder and crushing it. The man screamed, fell, was dragged away. Another was shoved into his vacated place. The cycle continued. Between salvos, as they hauled the cradle back and gasped for breath, Jarek raised his head. "Is this a major engagement?" he shouted to the loader beside him, his voice raw. The older man barked a laugh that had no humor in it. "This!" he yelled back over the thunder, the scream of metal, the hammering of void shields. "This is nothing. This is a raid. They will write it down as a minor action in some clerk's ledger and forget it by the next watch. Wait until you see a real war, Holt. Wait until the fleet hangs in the sky over a whole sector burning." He spat, the gobbet of phlegm lost instantly in the grime. "Now shut up and push," he growled. "The greenskins are not going to kill themselves." They worked. The fleet did, eventually, what it had come to do. Imperial macro-cannon fire chewed apart orc hulls, ripping crude constructions into junk and gas and drifting corpses. Lances carved through shieldless cruisers, stabbing burning spears into power cores and ammunition holds. The greenskins died as they had lived, roaring defiance, firing wildly until the end. Some ships, gutted and aflame, aimed themselves at the Imperial line in suicidal lunges, trying to take someone with them. Most failed. Enough did not. A kill ship, its prow smashed, engines venting, slammed into a high-orbit platform above the agri-world. The resulting explosion bloomed like a slow, ruinous flower. Petals of flame and shrapnel washing across the path of a withdrawing escort squadron. One Imperial frigate vanished in that blossom. Another limped away, trailing atmosphere and bodies. In the end, though, the greenskin icons on the auger faded one by one. Some died, some fled, ragged and burning, to plague the void another day. His divine fury rode the fading echoes of the battle, her hull scarred and scorched, void shields flickering back to standby strength. The roar of her guns died away, leaving behind a ringing silence and the groans of tortured metal. On Macro Battery 9, the quiet felt wrong. Jarek stood, hunched, hands hanging limp at his sides. His palms were blistered and torn, nails split. The void suit clung to him, soaked with sweat. His ears rang from the repeated concussion of the guns. Every heartbeat echoed like a distant impact. Around him, the gun deck looked like the aftermath of a sacrificial rite. Blood lay in sheets and splashes, drying brown on the metal where it had not gathered in sticky pools. Bits of flesh clung to the supports and railings. A hand, fingers curled, lay palm up near his boot, the rating tag still looped around its wrist. The crushed gun carriage lay where it had ended its final, murderous slide, the smear it had left against the bulkhead already coagulating into a dark stain. Men moved through the wreckage like ghosts, faces slack with exhaustion and shock. Some were weeping, silently or in harsh, shuddering sobs they tried to smother. Others simply stared, eyes fixed on nothing. The servitors came in lines. They trundled down the deck on squealing treads, their lower halves little more than bolted frames and collection tanks, their upper bodies a parody of priest and butcher. Some had scraper blades instead of hands. Others bore hoses and suction nozzles. Servo arms twitched, ready. Without a word, without even a glance at the living men around them, they began to work. Scraper blades rasped across the deck, pushing congealing blood, shell casings and fragments of bone into gutters that fed the collection tanks. Suction nozzles slurped at the larger pools, drawing gore away with wet, sucking sounds. A servitor with a gripping claw seized a severed leg by the ankle and tossed it into a bin marked with skull and cog. The sobbing of the living grew louder as the scrape and suck of the cleaning rigs drowned out the more human sounds. One rating dropped to his knees beside the crushed gun carriage, hands pressed flat to the deck where his friend had been reduced to paste. "Up," Grieg said, voice hoarse but implacable. "He is gone. You are not, for now." The rating did not move. Grieg's boot slammed into his ribs, snapping him onto his side with a choked grunt. "I said up," Grieg snarled. "You can lie down when you are a stain. Until then, you stand." He looked along the deck at his battered, blood-spattered crews, at the servitors already erasing the evidence that any of them had been there at all. "Clean your guns," he said. "Check your gear. Memorize the names of the dead if you like. The fleet will not. When the next enemy comes, these cannons will be hungry again." Jarek watched as a servitor scraped what was left of the man who had laughed in the hammocks only cycles ago into a chute, the slurry vanishing into the bowels of the ship. He felt emptied out, scraped raw inside in much the same way. But the ship still hummed around him, alive and hungry, and the universe was still full of things that needed killing. He bent, picked up a rag, and began to wipe the gore from the base of his gun. The orders came on the heels of the victory, before the stink of orc blood had even baked dry on the gun deck. Jarek Holt was half asleep, where he sat with his back against a still warm recoil housing, rag dangling from his fingers, when the ship-wide Vox cleared its throat with a burst of static. Conversations died, even the servitors paused, as if the machine spirit itself were listening. "By astropathic decree of Segmentum Command," intoned a distant, formal voice, "Battlefleet Obscurus elements are ordered to reinforce the Vardos subsector. Priority engagement. Major incursion of renegade and heretic forces under unknown chaos warbands. Multiple hive worlds contested. All vessels will take on fuel and munitions, as able and make best speed. The Emperor protects." The message rolled through the hull, repeated in a dozen different cant patterns, each one echoing the same truth. His divine fury was not done killing yet. Around Jarek, ratings traded glances. Some spat, some bowed their heads, mouthing prayers. Grieg just snorted, the sound halfway to a laugh. "Good news, lads," the petty officer said, pushing off the recoil housing. "The orcs were only the warm-up. Now we get to shoot at someone who shoots back properly." He raised his voice. "Inspection in 1/4 watch," he barked. "You will have your equipment ready. When we make translation, the guns will be hot. The arch-enemy does not wait while you finish your cleaning." Jarek dragged himself to his feet, joints aching. He thought of High Vardos, the sump levels and rusted gantries of his childhood, and the idea of some chaos tide washing over his home sector made his jaw clench. He had never expected to see that sky again. He had not imagined someone might be trying to burn it. When his divine fury tore free of the warp a few cycles later, she did so above a world that was already dying. The transition back into real space was rough, the Geller field letting out a final spiteful shriek as it withdrew its protection. The ship's bones groaned. Men clutched their hammocks and vomited in the close heat. Lumen strips flickered, then steadied. On the bridge and in the command annexes, hololithic projectors spat ghost light into the air. Kesson 9 hung in the center of the plotting dome, a slowly turning sphere the color of bruised bone. Jarek had never been in such a place before, had no right to be near that level of the ship, but Macro Battery 9 had been put on immediate alert. He had been sent with a small detail to collect fresh ordnance codes and fire permissions, and found himself hovering on the edge of an open hatch as the tactical officers stared at the wounded world. The hive planet's once proud spires were visible even in the hololith, jagged lines thrusting up through layers of cloud. Many of those spines now ended in shattered stumps, trailing plumes of oily smoke. Great swathes of the upper hemisphere glowed. Hive cities turned into simmering pits of orange and black, where fires raged through hab stacks and manufactoria. The lower levels were shrouded under a roiling blanket of toxic smog, billowing clouds of promethium vapor and ash thick enough to choke whole continents. Runes crawled across the projection, layered over the burning surface. Green sigils marked Imperial Guard deployments, clusters of icons representing regiments dug in around hive walls and along shattered highways. Red runes, jagged and hateful, crawled like a rash wherever Chaos forces were confirmed. Traitor armored columns, heretic titans, warp-tainted artillery. Some icons were simply skulls, stamped over whole regions where astropathic contact had been lost entirely. Kesson 9 was only one world. Other representations hung in the air around it, smaller but no less telling, stylized images of sister hives in the subsector, some marked with the sigils of exterminatus authorizations. A single stark skull stamped over an entire planet. A junior officer, slate in hand, touched a control rune. The hololith zoomed. For a moment, Jarek saw numbers, not specific counts, nothing so human, just scale. Billions of registered Imperial citizens, millions of Astra Militarum personnel on the surface. Dozens upon dozens of regiments already listed as combat ineffective. Casualty projections spiraled outwards like ink dropped into water. A hand clamped on his shoulder and shoved him aside. "Out of the way, rating," snapped a lieutenant, his uniform still creased, eyes sunken. "You have your codes. Get back to your guns. We will tell you where to point them." Jarek mumbled an apology, clutching the data slate to his chest, and let himself be guided back down into the bowels of the ship, away from the cold, clean images of burning worlds. On the way to the battery, he passed pic screens that now showed Kesson 9 from other angles, less polished than the hololith projections. Grainy feeds from orbiting survey craft. Orbital pics flickering through clouds of static. Through one cracked display, he saw the world from directly above a hive, a vast metal anthill of towers and causeways, crowned with fire. Macro Battery 9 is now designated primary fire support for ground forces of the Vardos subsector counteroffensive, the deck vox announced as he stepped onto the gun deck. "You will be fed surface coordinates. You will fire when commanded, where commanded. Target discrimination is at the discretion of Theater Command. The Emperor judges. You obey." Grieg stood at the central control lectern, the blue glow of the newly delivered ordnance codes reflected in his augmetic eye. He glanced up as Jarek approached, took the slate, and slotted it into a waiting cogitator port. "Good," he said. "Now we get to see what these cannons were made for." The guns were real space weapons, built to speak downward as well as outward. They had hurled shells at ships and stations. Now they would fling death along trajectories plotted to intersect with city maps and battlefronts. Vox officers on the deck received relay feeds from groundside fire coordinators. Jarek heard the first of them come through, a distant voice crackling across impossible distance, background noise of artillery, and screaming loud enough to bleed through even the filter. "Fire support request. Priority Alpha. This is Colonel Shard of the Kesson Planetary Defense Auxilia. Enemy armor concentrations massing in Hab Sprawl, Theta 9. Grid Gamma through Delta, levels 1 through 10. Request saturation bombardment on all sub-levels and surface." A calm, shipboard voice answered. "Coordinates received. Confirm you understand macro artillery is not precise. Collateral damage within projected footprint will be total." "They are already dead," snarled the ground officer. "They just have not fallen down yet. Hit the grid and let the Emperor sort their souls." Grieg nodded once, as if in respect, then turned to his crews. "Load for saturation," he called. "Spread pattern as per code. We will teach the heretics what it means to defy Imperial law from orbit." The shells for ground bombardment were no different in appearance to those used against void-born targets. Their payloads were tuned for different effects, some designed to pulverize armor, others to shatter fortifications, others to turn wide areas of a hive into molten glass. Jarek found himself at his familiar cradle, palms once more pressed to cold metal. The only difference was the direction he imagined when he thought of where the shell would land. "Ready load," the senior loader called. "On mark, lift." They heaved, the servitors whirred. The cradle rolled, bearing its charge into the waiting gun. Breech sealed, recoil primed. "Fire," came the order. His divine fury spoke, and this time her voice reached down. On a picked screen bolted above the fire coordination station, a live feed flickered into being. It was not for the ratings. It brought no joy to the officers watching it. It was simply there, part of the ritual, a demonstration that the machine spirit's wrath was being applied correctly. The view was from a high orbit, picked drone, angled down over a hive district that might once have been prosperous. Towers rose in haphazard growths, connected by webs of bridges and walkways. Some still burned from previous strikes. Others were simply black silhouettes against a sky clogged with smoke. Movement crawled along the causeways and roadways, tanks, infantry, fleeing civilians, hard to tell one from another at that height. Trailing streaks of light descended from orbit. Macro rounds hit with the weight of gods. The upper levels of the hive district simply ceased to exist, turned in an instant into a boiling storm of incandescent gas and pulverized debris. Towers snapped like rotted bones, shearing off and tumbling in slow cascades, smashing into structures below with the force of collapsing mountains. Fireballs blossomed, overlapping, rolling outwards in glowing shells that stripped flesh from bone at a distance, that turned ceramite to puddled slag. For a moment, as the resolution auto-corrected, shapes were visible in the streets between the towers, tiny, flickering motes running, falling, dissolving under the heat and shock. Tanks flipped end over end like toys, trenches vaporized, whole platoons of guardsmen, whole mobs of cultists, whole crowds of citizens trying to flee whatever nightmare was at their backs, vanished into the same blast wave. The district became a crater, molten rock glowing at its heart, the air above it filled with a convection plume that punched through the cloud layer like a spear. "Good effect on target," said the Vox officer in a flat tone. Jarek swallowed. His throat felt tight. His hands went automatically to the next shell. Fire orders came faster. "Request repeat on previous grid. Enemy survivors reforming at fringe. New target, Habstack Complex Beta 12, confirmed heretic occupation. Civilians still present at estimate of 80%. Fire regardless. Counter-battery request. Enemy artillery emplacements in underhive levels Sigma through Omega. Deep penetration pattern. Macro Battery 9 answered every call. Shells screamed out, following carefully plotted parabolas down into hell. Picked feeds showed what they did. Streets turned to glowing chasms, hab blocks folded like paper, railheads thrown into the air and come down as twisted tangles.
Be sure to subscribe. You know you want to. If you don't, you'll be sent into the void and nobody will find you for the rest of your life. So go, be sure to subscribe. Remember, subscribe.
Jarek watched, because he could not watch. Each impact was a punch thrust into the planet, into those tiny, scurrying shapes. Somewhere down there, men like him were braced behind laser guns, or trying to get their families to cover, or kneeling in front of shrines as the sky opened. Up here, they were Vox calls and grid references. Down there, they were being atomized. He had been told all his life that the Emperor protected the faithful. From orbit, the Emperor's protection looked very much like annihilation. Between fire missions, Grieg gave them a half-watch's respite, enough time for the servitors to haul away some of the fresh brass and for bodies to adjust to the constant punishment. Jarek found himself on errand duty again, carrying a tray of recyc water and corpse starch biscuits, up to a wardroom where junior officers huddled around another hololith. The smell in the room was of stale amasec and fear. He moved like a ghost, placing cups and plates where indicated, keeping his eyes down, but the voices carried. "Regiment strength is down by half," one lieutenant was saying, hands braced on the edge of the table. "Another few days of this, and we will be throwing penal battalions into the front line just to keep the trenches manned." "They are already throwing them," another replied, shrugging. "And conscripts, and whatever is left of the Planetary Defense Auxilia. You saw the casualty projections. Command is not trying to win. They are trying to buy time." "Buy time for what?" a third asked, bitter. "So some inquisitor can finish whatever purge he is conducting in the spine. Hives, so the administratum can evacuate archive servitors and tax ledgers?" The second officer sipped his drink. "They die for the Emperor," he said. "Better to die under our guns than live under the arch-enemy. You heard the chaplains." "And that comforts you?" the first demanded. "It keeps my hand from shaking when I sign off on fire orders," the second replied. "That will have to be enough." Jarek retreated before they noticed him listening, the words following him like a smell. Better to die under our guns. Better to be pulverized into anonymous dust by a shell he had helped load than be taken by whatever filth crawled in the lower hives. On the lower decks, the cost of constant war showed in other ways. Rations were cut. Where once the mess had served thin stew and corpse starch that at least filled the belly for a few hours, now bowls came with less than half that amount. Water was measured more carefully, cups filled only to a scratched line rather than the lip. "Combat operations require resources," the mess serf said, as Jarek stared at the miserable smear of paste in his bowl. "Shells and fuel come first, men come later." Hunger gnawed. On the gun deck, men staggered at their posts. One loader simply crumpled mid-push, legs folding as if someone had cut his strings. He hit the deck face first, teeth cracking on metal. "Up!" snarled Grieg. The man did not move. Grieg's boot lashed out, slamming into the fallen rating's ribs. The only answer was a wheeze. "Medicae!" Grieg snapped, and a servitor trundled over, Auspex lens flickering. It scanned the man, then clicked something in its cogitator. "Flesh compromised," it droned. "Musculature exhausted. Nutrient deficit critical. Projection of recovery time incompatible with operational tempo. Recommend reclamation." Two others seized the unconscious rating under the arms and dragged him away. Jarek saw his head loll, saw his lips move faintly as if in half-conscious prayer. "Where do they take them?" Jarek asked under his breath as he stepped into the gap. "Into the ship," the older loader replied, not looking at him. "Into the drives, into the recycler vats, into the engines. Does it matter? He is off the line. That is what matters." In the hammocks, the hunger and the constant strain worked on minds as well as bodies. Men lay in the sagging canvas, staring up at the underside of the bunks above, listening to the distant thud of bombardment and the whispers of the warp war still echoing in the Geller coils. Conversations were low, words bitten off. One night, as the lumen strips barely glowed and the air felt especially thin, a rating at the far end of Jarek's row spoke louder than he should have. "We are already lost," he muttered. "The whole Imperium. Look at it. They are burning Kesson 9 from orbit. They burned other hives before this. We fight and fight, and the galaxy just keeps throwing more filth at us. It hates us. The stars themselves hate us. We cannot win against that." "Shut your mouth," hissed another. "You want Malchus to hear you. You want a bolt round in your teeth?" "It is the truth," the first insisted, a brittle edge in his voice. "The Crusades, the heresies, the Orcs, the Terranids, the warp storms. It never ends. What are we even fighting for? A corpse on a throne and a ledger that says we died the right way?" The sound of canvas creaking was the only warning. The man in the next hammock swung out, feet hitting the deck, fists already clenched. He launched himself at the speaker, smashing his knuckles into the other man's face with a crack of breaking cartilage. "You do not say that," he snarled, punctuating each word with another blow. Blood sprayed, pattering onto the floor and the hammocks below. Teeth spilled. The victim curled up, trying to protect his head. The attacker kicked him in the ribs, in the spine, in the gut. "You do not think that," he spat. "You do not give them those words. You keep them in your own skull if you have to have them. You do not let them out where they can spread." Provosts arrived, dragged them apart, administered lashes to both by way of keeping discipline even, and left them hanging bloody in their bunks. The words the first man had spoken hung in the air long after the beating stopped. During a resupply window, when the fleet's position relative to the planet and the enemy allowed a brief pause in heavy bombardment, shuttles and landing craft moved between ships like insects. Jarek was sent again to the docking bay, this time to help unload munitions from a bulk transport that had made a fast run from a nearby naval station. The bay was chaos. Cranes swung pallets of shells and promethium barrels. Vox traffic crackled. The deck shook as launches slammed down and took off again. One lander came in too hard, its hull scorched and pitted, its wings buckled. It scraped the deck on touchdown, leaving a smear of paint and metal. Its ramp dropped with a judder, and the stench that rolled out over the waiting ratings cut through even the fuel fumes. Burned meat, blood, Medicae antiseptic. They were not munitions, they were wounded. Medicae servitors trundled down the ramp first, their metal limbs clanking, their surgical tools still wet. Behind them came stretchers, carried by exhausted guardsmen with 1,000-yard stares. The men on the stretchers were more bandaged than flesh. Some were missing arms, some were missing legs, some were simply charred shapes, eyes peering through masks of gauze, lips cracked and blackened. A few still wore tattered remnants of uniforms, regimental colors stained and melted into their skin. As they passed, some of them tried to salute. One soldier, both arms gone midway between shoulder and elbow, raised the stumps. The effort made his bandages seep fresh blood. His face was a ruin of burns, but his eyes were clear, fixed on the massive bulk of his divine fury's inner bay. "For the Emperor," he croaked through a throat that sounded like it had breathed fire. "We held as long as we could." His words were swallowed by the bay's noise. The Medicae servitors paid him no attention, guiding his stretcher towards a waiting cargo lift. There were crates stacked there, stamped with red crosses. The wounded were added to the pile with as much ceremony as spare parts. Jarek stood frozen, a crate of shell casings in his hands, watching. Cord came to stand beside him, armor still scratched from fighting greenskins, face as unreadable as ever. "They will patch the ones they can," the armsman said. "Then they will send them back down as long as they can still hold a laser gun or push a trolley. The ones they cannot patch go into the same systems as the ones who collapsed on the gun deck." "That one had no arms," Jarek said, unable to tear his gaze away from the saluting. "Stumps." "What do you send him back down with?" Cord shrugged. "An example," he said. "Proof that you can be carved down to scraps and still have the strength to salute. Men see that and think twice about running. Or about saying the things your hammock mate said last cycle." He looked at Jarek, eyes narrow. "Do not forget what you have seen today," he went on. "Do not pity them so much that you forget what they are for. They are ammunition. So are you. So am I. We get loaded and fired until we break, and then more of us get loaded." Jarek watched as the last of the stretchers disappeared into the lift, the doors closing with a hiss. The Medicae servitors rolled after them, their blood-wet tools clinking. Kesson 9 burned on the pick screens overhead, its hives coughing ash into the upper air. In that moment, Jarek understood something he had not wanted to see. Every man aboard his divine fury, from the admiral on his high throne to the lowest rating, scrubbing decks, was just a bolt round waiting to be chambered. Every regiment on the surface was another magazine. Every hive, every agri-world, every forge was a crate of shells to be emptied in the Emperor's wars. They would be consumed. Their deaths would be noted by clerks who never saw their faces. At best, the ship's loss would be a line in some vast ledger. The name, His Divine Fury, followed by a brief note on her end, the total tonnage of ordnance expended before she died. No one would write that Jarek Holt had stood on Macro Battery 9 and watched a crater bloom over a hive sprawl where 1,000,000 souls had been alive an instant before. No one would record the armsman who strangled an orc with his own guts, or the nameless guardsman who saluted with stumps. The Imperium did not remember its ammunition. It fired it and reached for more. He hefted the empty casing crate and turned back to the work. The guns were still hungry, and the world below had not finished. Dying. The scream went through the ship like a knife. Jarek Holt was on the gun deck, elbows deep in a stubborn loader mechanism, when it started. At first he thought it was another siren, some new alarm he had not yet learned to fear, but it did not come from the Vox grills or the lumen strips. It came from the metal itself. A high, keening sound bled through the bulkheads, too human and too vast all at once. It set his teeth on edge, made his fingers cramp around the spanner. He straightened slowly, oil dripping from his hands. "Emperor's sake," someone whispered along the line. "What is that?" Grieg looked up from his lectern, face drawn tight. "Choir," the petty officer said grimly. "Astropaths." The word hushed even the most hardened among the crew. Men stopped in place, hands stilling on tools and shell cradles, heads cocked as if they could hear more clearly by offering their ears to the ship. Deep within his divine fury, somewhere amid sealed chambers and psychic wards, the astropathic choir was writhing. Blind souls, their eyes burned out on the altar of Imperial service, their brains scarred by the kiss of distant stars, convulsed as one. They saw what none of the others aboard could see. They felt ripples in the warp that lay beyond the reach of auger and lens. Something vast had torn at the veil. The first scream was followed by others, layered and discordant, rising and falling in a chorus that sounded like metal tortured to the breaking point. It echoed through conduits and ducts, through supports and frames, until the entire ship seemed to vibrate with it. Jarek's skin crawled. "Master of Etherics to bridge," came a harried voice over the Vox, riding the psychic whale. "Choir Master reports uncontrolled manifestation. Astropathic interference confirmed. Incoming something, multiple somethings." The screams cut off. Silence slammed into place, heavy and waiting. For a heartbeat, his divine fury seemed to hold her breath. Then the void answered. "Auger contacts," shouted a sensor rating on the bridge, hands flying over cogitator runes. Multiple warp translations in the outer system. Signatures. Emperor preserve us. Fleet scale. Multiple fleets. On the plotting dome, fresh icons flared into being in a sudden rash of crimson. They blossomed in the depths of the system like a field of wounds, each one pulsing with the oily light of warp drive still cooling. "Identification?" demanded the Admiral, knuckles white on the brass rail of his command throne. "Chaos," the sensor man whispered. "All marks are arch-enemy aligned. Cruisers, battleships, escorts. Counts exceed projections." Jarek did not see the hololiths, did not hear the whispered oaths of the command crew, but he felt the ship shiver as orders began to pour from the bridge into her decks and corridors, as machine spirits woke and weapon systems stirred. The Chaos fleet came on, a twisted mirror of the Imperium's own. Corrupted cruisers bore down in loose, predatory formations, hulls warped by long exposure to the warp, prows crowned with leering demonic faces, armor plating knotted into unnatural growths. Great horns and spines jutted from their sides, some spitting gouts of empiric fire. Where the Imperial ships carried statuary of saints and martyrs, The traitor vessels bore icons of the dark gods, smeared in dried blood and fresh. 8-pointed stars and serrated skulls, serpents of barbed iron, endless eyes that seemed to move even when the picked streams froze. Renegade escorts swarmed around them, faster craft darting like parasites at the flanks of the greater hulls. Among the corrupted shapes were others more familiar and more obscene. Captured Imperial ships, their lines still noble under fresh scars, Imperial Aquilas hacked away or defaced, gun decks now mouthpieces for heretical wrath. They came on in a tide that the augurs could not fully count. On Kesson 9 below, Vox chatter spiked. Ground forces screamed for guidance, for reinforcements, for ships to hold the line long enough for wounded columns to reach evacuation sites. On the bridge of his divine fury, Admiral and Captain stood shoulder to shoulder, faces lit by the shifting glow of tactical hollows. "We cannot hold that," murmured Captain Lucian Dravik, voice low. "Not in open battle." "We will not," said the Admiral. "We will hold as long as we can, then we will die if we must. The question is not whether we break them, it is how much time we buy with the breaking of ourselves." He gestured at a cluster of icons hugging the planet's night side. Small, non-military craft, their transponders flashing administratum codes, archive vessels crammed with data and cogitators and scribes, shuttles bearing officials, inquisitorial attachés, tech priests with their most precious relic drives, the dregs of organized authority trying to flee a collapsing world. "There," the Admiral said, "and there." He pointed to the surface. "The Guard are falling back to these coordinates. They will need cover to reach their transports." He straightened, his old bones protesting. "Signal the fleet," he commanded. "Extended line, bows towards the incoming. We form a wall. No ship breaks formation without my direct order. We buy time for evacuation of key administratum assets and whatever is left of the Astra Militarum garrisons. When the line breaks, the war here is over." "Understood, my lord," Dravik said quietly. Orders flew. His divine fury slid into her new station, one hull among many in the stretched chain around Kesson 9. Void shields powered to full, weapons cycled, torpedo tubes filled, macro cannons and lance batteries aligned, their arcs plotted and adjusted to interlock with those of their sister ships. On Macro Battery 9, Grieg's voice pulled the ratings from fitful rest and maintenance. "You heard the call," he shouted. "This is no raid. This is the storm. Guns to ready positions. Check your seals. Check your gear. If something fails now, it kills you, and half the line with you." Jarek ran his hands over the familiar surfaces of his station, checking for loose fittings, for hairline cracks, for anything that might turn traitor under stress. The deck vibrations deepened as the engines pushed the ship into place, as maneuver thrusters flared to keep her prow locked towards the archenemy. The Chaos Fleet opened fire first. Lances came spearing through the dark, knifing out from demonic prows in lines of blinding energy. They sliced through the void with surgical precision, targeting the leading edges of the Imperial line, where shields were still building to full tolerance. One of the front-rank cruisers took 3 lance hits in rapid succession along her spine. From the vantage of his divine fury's secondary picked arrays, she was a distant, stately shape, her dorsal cathedral rising like a city above her hull. The first lance carved through her bow, armor and internal bulkheads parting like cloth. The second tore along her midships, cutting into engine compartments and magazine spaces. The third raked her aft. Whole decks vanished in flares of vented atmosphere and exploding fuel. Glowing lines traced the path of the beams as they sliced through flesh and steel alike. For a heartbeat, the cruiser held, her void shields collapsing in a flare, her hull a latticework of burning wounds. Then something important inside her let go. She came apart in silence, a flower of flame blooming where she had been. Fragments of hull and bodies and broken shrines flung outward in an expanding sphere. Tens of thousands of souls, pressed into service by tithes and vows and conscription, were released into the warp in a single instant, their deaths a brief flare on astropathic senses already raw. Saintel's pride is gone, someone reported on the bridge, voice carefully even. No escape craft detected. The name hung in the air like smoke. His divine fury did not have long to contemplate the loss of her sister. Lance strikes slid along her own void shields a moment later, making them flare and crackle. Jarek felt the impacts as a series of bone-deep thuds, as if someone were hitting the metal ribs of the ship with a colossal hammer. Shields holding at 60%, crackled the defensive stations. Compensating fields adjusting, second wave incoming. The next salvo bit deeper. Lances kissed the shields and pushed through in groping beams of energy that clawed at the hull. One sliced along the aft quarter, flensing armor plating like skin. It glanced off a structural rib, deflected by luck and prayer, and plunged into the plasma drive galleries. There, amid shrines and control thrones, surrounded by humming conduits and chanting tech adepts, the beam became an apocalypse. It punched through a row of containment tanks, rupturing them in a chain reaction. Superheated plasma, barely leashed starfire, vomited out in a furious jet, washing across work platforms and maintenance gantries. The first work shift died in less than a heartbeat. Bodies evaporated where they stood. Those further away had time to scream as their flesh boiled and their bones charred. Men became silhouettes for an instant in the glare, black cutouts against a curtain of white. Then they were gone, reduced to drifting ash and scorched marks on metal. The plasma ate into the deck, carving molten trenches. Structural supports glowed, then sagged. Bulkheads warped, seals popping. Pressure in adjacent compartments spiked and fell as atmosphere turned to superheated steam. Shockwaves rippled out from the blast, slamming into adjoining spaces. In one corridor, the force of the blast simply removed the floor and half the walls, sending men and machinery tumbling into a new chasm full of fire. In another, it collapsed overhead, plating, crushing a squad of sprinting ratings beneath a cascade of red-hot steel. On the gun deck, Jarek was thrown against the base of his macro cannon as the deck bucked. He heard the groan of metal as supports bent, as distant bulkheads gave way. Lumen strips exploded in showers of sparks. The red emergency lights kicked in, turning the smoke that now hazed the air into a bloody fog. "Drive galleries report catastrophic breaches," shouted a voice over the gun deck vox, edges frayed. Containment failing in secondary plasma feeds. Fire teams are gone. Engineerium requesting emergency lock-offs. "That means we have thrust for as long as the reactors remember how to burn," Grieg said, half to himself. "After that, we drift and die." A concussion hit the ship again, this time accompanied by a sound Jarek had come to dread. The tearing whine of atmosphere fleeing into the void. A lance strike, or perhaps a slug from some Chaos macro battery, had found a weakness. Near macro battery 9. Warning runes flared along the deck. The pressure dropped with vicious suddenness, making Jarek's ears pop, his lungs gasp. Papers and loose items took flight, whipping down the deck towards the far end. Then the far bulkhead simply ceased to be. Metal, already stressed by previous engagements, sheared away under the impact. A jagged mouth opened on the void. There was no fire, no sound. One moment, air filled the space, thick with smoke and dust. The next, an invisible hand snatched it all away. Men screamed as they were lifted off their feet, flung towards the opening. Some grabbed for railings, for loading cradles, for anything bolted down. Fingers slipped on blood and oil. Grieg bellowed something Jarek could not hear, voice lost in the roaring in his own head. One entire gun line, the farthest from Jarek's position, was closest to the breach. The macro cannons there tore free from their mountings, their immense mass no guarantee against the pull. They slid across the deck, crushing men under their bulk with wet pops, then vanished into the hole, tumbling end over end into the black. Ratings followed them, arms and legs flailing in panic, faces contorted in silent cries. One man bounced off the torn edge of the hull, leaving a smear of blood and skin behind as his body spun away, trailing a glistening ribbon from where the jag of metal had opened his belly. There was no sound in the void. Their screams were locked in their throats, visible only in the way their mouths strained. Their exposed skin frosted over in seconds. Eyes bulged, then burst. Limbs stiffened as the cold seized them. They became statues, twisting, reaching shapes, crystalline with ice. A fragment of armor from some other vessel, drifting nearby, slammed into one of the frozen bodies with lazy inevitability. The corpse shattered like brittle glass, spraying fragments of ice and flesh across the stars. Closer in, emergency bulkheads slammed down with brutal force, guillotining the breach into a smaller, more manageable wound. One falling slab took a rating with it, cutting him in half at the waist. His legs spun in the air for a moment, before following the rest into the void. His upper body flopped onto the safe side of the seal, entrails unspooling in a steaming heap. Alarms wailed. The pressure stabilized, replacing silence with the ragged, panicked breathing of the survivors. Section 12 of Macro Battery 9 is gone, croaked the deck vox. Hull breach sealed at Bulkhead Foxtrot. Casualties, numerous. Numbers incoming. Mark it, Grieg snarled, already dragging himself upright, hauling others with him. The dead do not load. The living do. Compensate. Shift teams. The guns do not get lighter because men fell out of the wall. Higher up, in the relative calm of the bridge, the reports came faster than any one man could follow. Drive galleries reporting loss of work shifts in the hundreds, fire spreading along plasma conduits. Tech priests are venting burned sections into space. Macro Battery 9 reporting hull breach and loss of one entire gun line. Void shields at half strength and dropping. We cannot take another salvo like that. Captain Dravik stood at the central plotting podium, one hand braced on its edge to steady himself against the constant shudder. The tactical display showed the line bending under the assault, like a plank under too much weight. Maintain formation, the Admiral ordered. If the line opens, the arch-enemy will run his spear straight through into the evacuation corridors. We are losing ships, Dravik said quietly. He did not need to say it. The hololith showed it too clearly. Where icons had burned bright with Imperial green moments before, there were now only fading cinders. Names winked out, destroyers gutted, escorts torn apart by torpedoes, cruisers ripped open like carcasses. In some cases, the icons flickered as ships turned, trying to limp away, engines flaring. "Some of our captains are attempting translation," murmured a Vox officer, horror edging his tone. "They are breaking off, lighting their warp drives." "They have no clearance," growled the Admiral. "The tides are wrong. The warp is already boiling with whatever brought this fleet here. If they try to dive blind..." On the plot, one icon elongated, flickered, and then simply vanished. "Translation attempt failed," said the Master of Etherics dully. "Astropathic echo indicates absorption. They did not make it through the veil. They became part of the storm." The Admiral closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. "Signal to all ships," he said. "Maintain position. Anyone who runs damns the rest. We hold." A different kind of pressure built on the lower decks. Amid the smoke and the flickering emergency lights, in corridors that had seen too much blood that day, whispers began to slither along the walls. Men huddled in maintenance alleys and storage bays, away from the eyes of provosts and priests. Some clutched ration chits and Saint-Quentin charms. Others fingered new trinkets, crude, eight-pointed stars scratched into metal, twisted bits of wire bent into forbidden shapes. "They promised me I would live," a rating muttered, his pupils blown wide, his hands shaking as he traced a symbol in the grime on the deck. "In my dreams they spoke. No more fear, no more cold, no more hunger, just power." "You saw what the warp did," another hissed. You saw the thing in the corridor. You want more of that? That was without faith, the first insisted. They say if you give yourself, if you truly give, the pain stops. The war stops. You become something else, something free. In shrine niches that had once held neat stacks of stamped prayers and icons of the Emperor, smears of fresh blood appeared, dragged into looping, blasphemous shapes. Small offerings were left on the decks. Teeth, fingernails, strips of flayed skin. The air around them felt thicker, as if the ship itself were holding its breath. In one corridor, a group of exhausted men knelt in front of a wall where some desperate soul had painted a crude representation of a many-eyed skull. They whispered in unison, words that were not in any sanctioned catechism, promising their devotion to a power that was not bound to a rusting throne on terror. It did not take long for Malchus to hear. The naval commissar moved through the lower decks with his usual escort, bolt pistol holstered but ready, eyes like cold iron under the brim of his cap. Reports of strange gatherings and unauthorized symbols had reached him along with casualty reports and ammunition counts. He found one such gathering in a disused supply cave, barely 3 compartments from a proper chapel. A handful of ratings knelt there, backs to him, voices low. One had a knife in his hand, edge still wet, a shallow slice on his palm, dripping blood into a small, improvised bowl marked with scratches. "Grant us your strength," the man whispered. "Grant us your—" The click of Malchus's boot heel on the deck was the only warning. The ratings froze. One turned his head, eyes wide. "Do not move," Malchus said, voice conversational. Not a muscle. They obeyed, terror holding them still as surely as chains. He walked among them, gloved hand trailing along their shoulders. He looked at the bleeding palm, at the scratched bowl, at the symbol on the wall. He had seen enough war against the arch-enemy to recognize the early stages of a cult infection. "You are tired," he said. "You are afraid. You are hungry. You are watching your ship die around you, and you think the Emperor has forgotten you. So you look elsewhere." No one answered. Malchus drew his bolt pistol. The first shot reduced the bowl and the hand hovering above it into a cloud of blood and bone. The second took the kneeling man in the back, punching through his spine and out his chest in a spray of gore. The third shot planted a round squarely into the crude symbol on the wall, smearing it with shattered metal and pulverized ceramite. The echoes rolled down the corridor. "Bring arms, men," Malchus told his escort over the vox. "We have festering rot to cut out before it stinks up the whole hold." On Macro Battery 9, the cult whispers were felt only as an edge to the fear, a tightness in the air. The men there had no spare breath for new gods. The line in the sky was breaking. Jarek hauled crates of ammunition through a corridor that had once been a clean, clear passage and was now lined on one side with body bags. They lay in neat rows, stacked too high where space had to be used efficiently, yellow hazard tags dangling from their zips. Some were stained dark where fluids had seeped. Others bulged in ways that suggested limbs were not where they should be. He tried not to look at them. He failed. "Do not count them," Cord said beside him, one hand on the other end of the crate, boots stepping over a fallen section of piping. His armor still bore streaks of dried orc and Imperial blood alike. His face was grey with fatigue. Jarek shifted his grip, the weight of the shells biting into his palms. "Does anyone survive long in the Navy?" he asked, the question tearing itself loose before he could swallow it. "Truly long?" Cord snorted. "Long enough to see worse things than death," he said. "Then long enough again to do those things to others. You last long enough, and you stop feeling the difference." He nodded at the rows of bags. "That is mercy," he went on. "Whatever killed them, theirs is done. They do not have to watch this war get worse. We do." They dumped the crate at the next junction, where a crew of exhausted ratings would break it down into individual shells and feed them onto the loader tracks. Jarek straightened slowly, back protesting. "Why do you stay?" he asked. "You are armsmen. You have rank. You must have had chances to be assigned somewhere else. Some other service." Cord laughed, a short bark with no humor. "Somewhere else?" he said. "There is no elsewhere. There is only here or another ship just like her. Another war, another gun deck, another corridor full of corpses. The Imperium does not put us away neatly on a shelf when we have done enough. It throws us at another enemy until we finally break." He clapped Jarek on the shoulder, hard enough to sting. "Stop asking stupid questions, Holt," he said. "You want to live longer? Keep your head down, your faith tight, and your hands moving. The moment you stop, you end up in one of those bags, or worse, in one of Malchus' reports." The ship shuddered again, harder this time. On the tactical plot, the Imperial line was bending under the sustained assault. Some ships, their captains unable or unwilling to hold any longer, drifted out of position, gaps opening in the wall. The Chaos Fleet pressed towards those breaches like knives seeking soft flesh. "Vanguard elements breaking formation," reported a harried voice on the bridge. "Cruiser Valiant Dawn attempting to fall back to secondary position without orders. Escort Squadron 3 shifting to cover." "She will drag a hole behind her," Dravik said through clenched teeth. "Signal her captain. Order him back into line." "Signal sent," replied the Vox officer. "No response. They may have lost command. Or they may have chosen not to listen." On the hololith, the icon of the retreating cruiser flared as lances took her in the stern, punching through weakened shields and into her engine spaces. She stumbled, momentum failing, then spun slowly out of the line, venting atmosphere and plasma in twin tails. Other vessels simply died where they stood, unable to withstand the weight of the arch-enemy's fury. A light cruiser folded in half under the combined impact of boarding torpedoes and macro-cannon shells, her spine breaking. An escort vanished in a hanging cloud of expanding gas as her ammunition stores cooked off. Reports flooded in from every deck of his Divine Fury. Fire in compartments, Sigma through Kappa, spreading. Loss of Vox contact with lower Hab tiers, status unknown. Macro Battery 9 down by a quarter of guns, remaining mounts overcompensating. Casualty estimates rising, tens of thousands across the ship. Counting is becoming academic. Captain Dravik stared at the plot, at the pulsing red tide of chaos ships bearing down, at the straining green dots of the evacuation craft clinging to the planet's edge, at the thin breaking line of his own fleet. He thought of the orders he had been given. Hold, buy time, die if necessary. The line was breaking. If it snapped completely, the enemy would have a clear path to the planet, to the fleeing ships, to the wounded regiments crawling towards salvation through burning hives. Dravik set his jaw. "Signal to all remaining ships," he said, voice steady despite the howling chaos around him. "Hold the line. No translations, no retreats. We will hold or we will die, and either way, we will do it in his name." In the belly of his Divine Fury, Jarek stumbled as another impact turned the deck into a living thing. He caught himself on a handrail slick with someone's blood and looked up at the looming guns of Macro Battery 9, at the men still feeding them, at the gaps where men had been and were no more. The line above them, in the tactician's hollows and the admiral's orders, was a collection of icons and vector lines. Down here, it was sweat and bone and shattered minds, and it was starting to break. The air in the lower holds went thin and sour. Jarek noticed it first as a tightness in his lungs whenever he dragged a crate through the deeper passageways. The smell changed too. Less of oil and sweat, more of stale breath, and something like old copper. Men moved slower. Conversation dried up between gasps. The lumen strips grew dimmer, their light fighting to push through a grey haze that never quite dispersed. Then the scrubbers began to fail. It started in one compartment, then another. A red rune on the bulkhead, blinking at first, then burning steadily as the cogitators logged the failure and dutifully reported it to decks where no one had the parts or the manpower left to care. The fans coughed and slowed, filters clogged with dust and blood, and the particulate ash of burned men. "Air's gone bad down on the sump levels," a loader muttered on Macro Battery 9, rubbing at his nose. "They say men are waking choking, like they are drowning. Reckon the vents are giving up." Water rations went next. The mess lines grew longer even as the bowls grew lighter. Cups that had once been filled to a scratched line now stopped 2 fingers below it. The water tasted of rust and recycling agents, of the sweat and piss and blood of a ship that had been drinking its own waste for too long. One shift, Jarek watched as a galley serf handed out cups that were little more than damp. "That is all," the man said, voice flat. "Supplies are being redirected to the upper decks, officers and critical systems." "What are we?" a rating snarled. "We are the ones shoving the shells. We are the ones patching the hull. We are not critical?" The galley serf shrugged, showing the brand on his forehead that marked him as property of the Munitorum. "I read what the slate tells me," he said. "You want more? Ask the throne." The rating did not ask the throne. He reached for the serf's jug instead, fingers closing around the handle. 3 other men leapt for it at the same instant. The jug went over. Water splashed across the decking in a shining sheet, precious droplets spraying into the air. For a heartbeat, everyone stared. Then they moved. Men dove onto the deck, hands scrabbling, mouths to the metal to suck up whatever they could. Others lashed out with fists and boots, trying to drive rivals away from each shining puddle. Jarek saw one man crack his head against a support strut in his rush to get his face into the spill. He went down, stunned, and another rating knelt on his back, pressing his nose into the water. Provosts arrived with shock mauls, cracking them across backs and skulls. Bodies jerked under the blows. Foam bubbled at lips. The mauls made a wet, frying sound as they discharged their agony into flesh, dehydrated by battle shifts and starvation-level rations. "Back!" barked a provost. "Back! You fight over water like animals. You get treated like animals. You get what you get. If you cannot endure, report to reclamation." Rumors seeped through the holds like oil. "The officers have already sealed themselves in the armored decks," someone whispered in the hammocks. "They have their own air scrubbers, their own water. They will abandon us the moment the hull cracks." "I saw a shuttle leave," another said. "I saw it with my own eyes through a port. Shiny little craft, all nice paint and clean lines. Officers, off to some other war. Off to some other ship just like this," someone else replied, bitter. "They are as trapped as we are. Only difference is, they get proper whiskey while they wait to die." Truth and lies tangled. No one had the time or energy to tease them apart. Belief ran where fear gave it channels. It did not take much to turn fear into fury. In one of the lower holds, a cavernous space used for stores that had long since been emptied to feed the guns, a group of ratings gathered in the half-dark. The oxygen was thin enough that their words came out hoarse, their chests heaving. "We are already dead if we stay here," said a man named Tren, his face drawn tight over his bones. Jarek recognized him from the mess line, from idle talk about hive gangs and promised promotions that never came. "You felt the last hits. You heard the drive galleries go up. This ship is finished. The officers know it. That is why they take the good water. That is why they seal their doors." "And what do you plan?" someone asked. "You going to strike the Admiral with your empty bowl? That will not go well." Tren held up a stub pistol. It was an ugly little thing, black and battered, but real. A provost's sidearm, taken gods knew how. "Guns beat bowls," Tren said. "We know there are still shuttles in the bay, not officer craft. Cargo haulers, lighters, anything that can carry us away. We take one. We get clear of this mess. We find some backwater rock, and we disappear before the war catches up. The war is everywhere, a man in the back muttered. There is nowhere to run. Not like this, Tren insisted, eyes fever bright. Not on a dying cruiser in the middle of a chaos fleet. Anything is better than this. The handful of provosts assigned to the lower decks had been working triple shifts, their numbers as worn down as their shock mauls. When they came through the hold on routine patrol, they did not expect resistance. They got it anyway. The first provost went down with the butt of his own maul, smashing into the back of his skull, turned on him by a rating who had smiled and stepped aside moments before. The second took a knife in the throat, hands clawing at the wound as blood sprayed in a bright arc. The third raised his weapon, eyes wide, but a hail of fists and stolen tools knocked him from his feet. Stub rounds punched into his chest, each one a heavy thump. When the echoes died, 3 provost corpses lay on the deck, their dark coats already being stripped from their bodies by quick hands. Tren stood over them, shock maul in one fist. Stub, pistol in the other, chest heaving. "We are done taking orders," he said. "We are done dying for men who do not care if we breathe. We take a shuttle. We leave. Any man who stands in the way is another officer to me." He looked around at the faces in the gloom, seeking approval, seeing enough hungry eyes and clenched jaws to think he had it. He did not see the deck cams, the tiny lenses half buried in rust above their heads. Or if he did not care. The images went up ship, through flickering cogitator banks, along data lines that still lived amidst the ruin. They reached Malchus. The commissar watched the replay with a face like carved stone. He saw the blows, the gunshots, the stripping of bodies. He heard the words, "Done taking orders. Leave. Any man who stands in the way." He did not sigh. He did not curse. He merely turned his head to the armsman at his side. "Sergeant Cord," he said, voice mild, "gather a platoon, armsmen, plus trusted ratings from the guns. We have a sickness to lance in the lower holds before it festers." Cord nodded once. "Yes, Commissar," he said. His boots thudded down the companionways a little later, shotgun slung, armor harness creaking. Behind him came 2 squads of armsmen, visors down, laser guns and shotguns and cutlasses ready. Mixed among them were a few hand-picked ratings from Macro Battery 9, Jarek among them, still smelling of cordite and grease. Grieg had chosen him, perhaps as a test, perhaps because he wanted eyes he trusted in the mess that was coming. "You will stand where you are told," the petty officer had said, shoving a laser gun into Jarek's hands. The weapon felt wrong, too light after the weight of shells and cradles. "You will shoot when the commissar says so. You will not miss. You will not question. You will remember that the men down there chose their path." Now Jarek followed, the laser gun's sling digging into his shoulder, his palms slick with sweat around the unfamiliar grip. The lower hold was darker than he remembered. The lumen strips overhead flickered, casting jerky shadows. The air was heavy, tasting of breath and bad water. The tang of blood sat in it, copper and old. The mutineers had dragged crates into rough barricades at the entrances, stacked bulk containers and scrap plating into chest-high walls. They had stubbers braced on top, looted shock mauls ready in hand. Their faces were pale and set. "Provosts," Tren muttered when he heard boots on the deck. "They will have sent more. Be ready." He was half right. Cord's men moved into the corridor outside the hold, spreading out, weapons up. Malchus stood in their midst, bolt pistol in hand, but pointed at the floor for now. His greatcoat was immaculate despite the chaos roaring through the ship. His eyes were cold. "Mutineers in hold Sigma 9, Cord's voice growled over the squad vox. "Orders, Commissar?" "Standard protocol," Malchus replied. "Offer surrender. Kill those who refuse. Leave the bodies." He stepped forward until he stood in the mouth of the corridor, just beyond the point where the barricades could be fully brought to bear. "Ratings," he called, tone almost conversational. "You have slain officers of the Imperium. You have stolen weapons and declared intent to desert in the face of the enemy. This is mutiny. This is treason. Treason is death." Silence answered him. Jarek could hear the ragged breathing of the men behind the piled crates, the faint clink of weapons being gripped tighter. "There is mercy yet," Malchus went on. "Lay down your arms, step out, hands raised, throw yourselves on the Emperor's judgment, and perhaps he will see fit to let you die quickly." Tren's reply came back, hoarse with strain. "Where is the Emperor's mercy for us now?" he shouted. "Where was it when the water ran dry, when the air went thin, when the orcs came and the Chaos Fleet came and we were still told to push the guns until our arms came off? You want to talk about treason? Look up, ship. Look at the men who eat while we starve." "You mistake necessity for malice," Malchus said. "You mistake sacrifice for neglect. You are cattle who have decided you no longer wish to pull the plough. The farmer does not debate with cattle. He puts a bolt in their skull." Laser light flickered along the dark corridor as someone on the barricade ran a sighting beam along the wall, jittering with nervous fingers. "We are done pulling," Tren said. "We are done being cattle. We will find our own way out." Malchus nodded once, as if an internal tally had been confirmed. "So be it," he said. "Sergeant, take them." Cord raised his hand. It chopped down. Armsmen surged forward, filling the corridor with the crack and boom of weapons. Las fire smeared red lines across the gloom, impacting the barricade in showers of splinters and sprayed rockcrete. Shotgun blasts roared, each one a cone of shrapnel and faith punching through cover. The mutineers answered with wild stubber bursts and panicked las rounds stolen from provost lockers. Bullets sparked from armor and walls. One armsman staggered as a shot caught him under the rim of his helmet, punching through flesh and out the back of his skull in a mist. He collapsed without a sound. The air turned into a storm of light and noise. Jarek found himself firing in bursts when Cord shouted, his laser gun jerking against his shoulder. He could barely see what he was shooting at. Shadowed shapes behind the barricades. Muzzle flashes. The outline of a head for an instant before it became a spray. A man vaulted the ruined crates in a last-ditch rush, shock maul raised, mouth open in a wordless howl. 3 last rounds caught him mid-stride. One took his thigh apart, dropping him. The second punched a smoking hole through his chest. The third burned through his eye, exiting in a fountain of liquefied brain and bone. He hit the deck in a twitching heap. In the end, it was not a battle. It was a slaughter. The barricades were not built for sustained fire. The mutineers had no armor, no training. Once the first line cracked, once the first men fell, the rest broke. Some threw down their guns and raised their hands. Others tried to run deeper into the hold. Neither option saved them. Cord's men moved through the space, weapons barking, putting down anyone with a weapon, anyone who moved too fast, anyone whose eyes were too bright. When the sound died, the floor was slick with blood and scattered with spent casings and shattered crates. "Hold fire," Cord called. "Check them." Armsmen kicked weapons away from limp fingers, prodded bodies to see who still twitched. Those who did received a last, close-range shot. One armsman raised his shotgun over a man curling protectively around a broken arm. "Wait," Malchus said. He stepped forward, studying the survivors. A handful knelt against the far bulkhead, hands on their heads, faces slack with shock. Among them, Jarek recognized Tren. The mutiny's instigator had taken a graze along the side of his skull, blood matting his hair, but he lived. Malchus nodded. "Good," he said. "Leave these." Cord frowned behind his visor. "You want them alive, Commissar?" "For a time," Malchus said. "They have one more task to perform in the Emperor's service." Word went up ship. Orders came back. Within the hour, Jarek and a dozen other ratings from Macro Battery 9 were marched into the same hold, laser in hand, their expressions grey. Grieg walked with them, jaw set. Cord and his armsmen lined the walls, weapons shouldered. The surviving mutineers stood with their backs to the bulkhead now, hands bound behind them. Their battered faces were lit by the harsh glare of portable lumen poles. Tren's eyes were clear, for all the blood on his face. He saw Jarek and actually managed to smile. "Good to see you, Holt," he said. "Nice to know they picked familiar executioners." Jarek swallowed. His throat felt like he had been drinking ash. Malchus paced in front of the line, bolt pistol holstered for now. He looked at the bound men as if assessing a bolt gun's firing mechanism. "You had a choice," he said. "You chose poorly. You killed officers. You attempted to desert. You endangered this ship in the midst of a war. You spat on the sacrifices of every man who has died to keep this hull between you and the void." He turned to Jarek and the others. "You also have a choice," he said. "You can stand here and carry out your duty, or you can refuse, and I will add you to the line against the bulkhead. The Emperor requires order. He does not much care which pile of bodies provides it." He gestured. "Form firing line." Jarek moved as if in a dream, feet carrying him to a painted mark on the deck. He raised the laser gun, hands trembling. The weapon was heavier now. It seemed to drag at his arms. "Sight on the chest," Grieg said quietly at his shoulder. The petty officer's voice was flat. "You miss, and I will have you cleaning the blood off this bulkhead with your tongue." Tren straightened as best he could with his hands bound. He met Jarek's eyes without flinching. "They will do this to you someday," he said. "Do not think standing on that side now saves you." "Silence," Malchus snapped. He stepped aside, drawing his own pistol, but keeping it lowered. "By the authority vested in me by the Commissariat and the will of the God Emperor of mankind, I sentence you to death," he said to the kneeling men. "May he have more mercy on your souls than you had on his servants." He lifted his hand. "Aim." Jarek pulled the stock tight into his shoulder. The laser gun's muzzle aligned with Tren's chest, just below the collarbone, where the heart beat under the ribs. The sight jittered. He forced it still. "Fire!" The command cracked like a whip. Jarek squeezed the trigger. The laser gun bucked, a contained, vicious snap. A beam of coherent light punched out, visible only for an instant in the hazy air. It hit Tren in the center of his chest and burned straight through, erupting from his back in a spray of charred meat and superheated blood. The impact threw him against the bulkhead, then dropped him forward onto his knees, then face first onto the deck. Smoke curled from the hole in his chest. His fingers twitched once. Then he was still. Around him, other bodies fell, each struck by multiple beams. The smell of scorched flesh filled the hold. The lumen poles flickered, their glow pale against the dark red sprayed across the metal behind the line. Jarek stared down at the laser gun in his hands, at the faint warmth along its barrel. His palms were slick, his heart pounded. The world seemed very quiet, even with the distant thunder of battle still running through the ship's bones. "Discharge weapons," Malchus said calmly. "Return guns to the armory. Remember what you have done here. Remember what happens when the chain of command is broken." He looked directly at Jarek then, eyes like chips of stone. "You have served the Emperor twice this day, rating Holt," he said. "Once by killing his enemies in the holds. Once by killing his enemies inside his own halls. See that I never have to wonder which side of the firing line you belong on." He turned away. News of the mutiny and its brutal end filtered through the decks, half in official whispers, half in rumor. The message was clear either way. There was no escape, only death in obedience, or death as a lesson. The Mechanicus had their own demands to make. In the Engineerium, Surrounded by the wreckage of blasted conduits and collapsed gantries, Magos Hestairon conferred with Captain Dravik in the deep shade of the reactor shrine. The plasma cores, throbbed nearby, contained suns blazing within armored casings, more prayer than metal. The air was hot and dry, smelling of ozone and sacramental oils. Servo cherubs fluttered overhead, wings beating slowly, chanting snatches of Binharik. "We are fraying," Hestairon rasped, voice a screech of vox grit and organic rasp. "The machine spirit is wounded. Her drives burn beyond ordained tolerances. Her Geller field still strains against the bleed of the warp. Her weapons call for more power than her bones can support." "I know that," Dravik said. Sweat ran down his temple, glistening in the reactor's pale glow. "Tell me what you need to keep her moving." Hestairon's mechadendrites twitched, tapping rhythmically on the decking. "Appeasement," he said. "The spirit groans. The engines have been overtaxed, their hunger sharpened. The sacred cycles are disrupted. To maintain battle output, to prevent catastrophic system revolt, the spirit must be soothed." "How?" Dravik asked, though he suspected he already knew. Naval lore was full of grim stories about what the machine god required in extremis. Hestairon's eyes, lenses of polished brass, whirred as they focused. "Sacrifice," the Magos said simply. "Flesh to honor steel. Life to buy continued function. 100 souls bled in the reactor's light, their deaths logged and dedicated, will be sufficient appeasement to restore stability, with a probability within acceptable parameters." 100, Dravik repeated softly. It did not sound like much compared to the tens of thousands the ship had already lost. It sounded like too many when he thought of individual faces. "Penal crews," Hestairon added, as if offering mercy. "Minor offenders. Men already marked for reclamation. Their flesh will serve better in the holy fires than in the recycler vats." Dravik looked up at the towering reactors, at the faint shimmer of fields holding back their fury. "If I refuse?" he asked. Hestairon's mechadendrites splayed. "Then the engines will continue to run on wounded protocols," he said. "System failures will cascade. There is an increased chance of drive implosion, Geller field collapse, or catastrophic core breach. In all such outcomes, the number of dead will be significantly higher than 100. Math, simple and cold." Dravik closed his eyes for a moment. The reactor's heat kissed his lids. "Do it," he said. "Make it as quick as you can." Quick was relative. The selection was officially random, though Jarek heard enough whispers to know that the net fell more heavily on penal details, on men with black marks on their slates, on those who had spoken too loudly sour words and been marked by covert notes. They were gathered in a cargo bay adjacent to the enginarium, wrists bound, eyes wide. Some cried openly, some laughed, some prayed in hoarse whispers. A priest walked among them, the same confessor who had marked Jarek's brow on the shuttle so long and not long ago. His cowl was lower now, his augmetics clinking as he moved. "You are honored," he told them, voice a ragged croak. "You die in the heart of the ship, your lives given directly to the machine that carries the Emperor's wrath. Many die with less purpose." "Less purpose?" snarled one man, jerking at his bonds. "What purpose is there in burning us alive to keep this rusted coffin flying for another few breaths?" The confessor looked at him, head tilted. "You are already dead," he said. "This way, someone records it with a date and a purpose instead of just a name on a long list of accidents." They were marched into the reactor gallery in a slow, stumbling line. The heat intensified with every step. Sweat poured down faces. Breaths came as pants. The light grew harsher, white and burning. The roar of the reactors filled the world, a steady thunder that vibrated in teeth and bones. A narrow catwalk extended over one of the lesser plasma feeds, shielded by flickering fields. Hestairon stood at its head, mechadendrites raised in a parody of benediction. "Step forward," he intoned. "Offer your flesh. Know that your thermal yield will be pleasing to the Omnissiah, and that your deaths will be recorded in the memory stacks. One by one, the condemned shuffled down the catwalk. Some went quietly, faces blank, bodies slack with resignation. Others fought, teeth bared, heels scraping on the decking as servitor guards dragged them. A few tried to run, only to be clubbed down and heaved back into line. At the edge of the field, the heat was unbearable. The air shimmered, the reactor's light too bright to look at. Men squinted, tears boiling on their lashes. Then they were pushed. The field lowered for the barest instant, just long enough for a human body to pass. One by one, they vanished into the core's glow. For an instant, each figure was outlined in molten light, skin blistering, mouths opening in screams that were swallowed instantly by the roar. Then they were gone, their substance stripped apart at the molecular level, every particle of them snatched by the hungry plasma and folded into its churning heart. The smell that drifted back along the catwalk was a nightmare of roasted meat and burned hair that clung to nostrils and memories. When the last man fell, Hestiron lowered his arms. His mechadendrites relaxed, the metal fibers twitching with satisfaction. "Appeasement complete," he said, more to the reactor than to any human. Let it not be said that the flesh tithe was not met. The warp did not care about appeasement. Even as the drive steadied, even as the Gellerfield generators hummed a little more smoothly, the taint in the ship's veins grew. Whispers slid along the length of empty corridors where no one walked. Sometimes they sounded like words, half-heard phrases in no language any rating recognized. Sometimes they were screams, cut off mid-breath. Sometimes they were laughter. Jarek walked a maintenance route one shift, alone with his thoughts and the echo of his own footsteps. Halfway down, he paused, head cocked. He heard his name. Jarek. A voice lisped from somewhere very close to his ear. Jarek Holt. He spun, las pistol drawn by instinct now, but there was no one behind him. Only the bare metal of the corridor, the tracks of boot soles in the dust, where men had passed hours ago. Jarek, the voice whispered again. It came from ahead this time, or above, or inside his skull. You do not have to be afraid. You do not have to choke on stale air and fear. There are other paths, other masters. He squeezed his eyes shut and began to mutter the litany of protection under his breath, words tumbling into one another. Thought be pure, mind be steel, soul be locked to his light. The whispering faded, replaced by the familiar hum of the ship. Elsewhere, a patch of dried blood on a bulkhead beaded with fresh moisture, the droplets creeping together into a pattern that resolved into an 8-pointed star before drying into a dark, flaking sigil. In a storage bay that had been emptied of everything but memories, a man named Bren was seen walking along the racks, humming to himself. The only problem with this report was that Bren had been killed 2 days before when a fallen beam had crushed his chest. His body had been sealed in a bag and sent to the morgue. The warp did not care for ledgers. Where fear and hunger were not enough to crack minds, whispers and visions did the rest. In one cluster of lower-deck compartments, heresy blossomed fully. Altars, crude but earnest, sprang up in corners. Icons of the Emperor were defaced, their faces scraped away and replaced with jagged symbols drawn in blood and rust. Men painted their skin with swirling designs that seemed to shift when no one was looking, lines crawling like worms. Their eyes took on a glazed, fervent sheen. They spoke openly now of the dark gods, of escape from pain, of power beyond discipline. Their prayers were not whispered but chanted in harsh, rhythmic tones, rising and falling in a cadence that made nearby bulkheads thrum. The first report of their activity reached Cord about the same time as a crewman vanished, last seen heading into that section on a messenger errand. He did not come back. Cult confirmed, Cord said to Malchus over the Vox, voice tight. Symbols, gatherings, chanting, Men refusing orders. Recommend immediate purge. Authorized, Malchus replied at once. Use fire where possible, bolts where not. Save your ammunition before you save their souls. Cord gathered his squad. Armor plates tightened, weapons loaded. This time, there were no press-ganged ratings in his formation. The rot had gone too deep in this area. Better to bring only those whose loyalty he did not doubt. The corridors, leading to the infected section, were wrong. The lumen strips flickered, stuttering between red and an unhealthy blue-white that made shadows seem too thick. The metal of the walls looked soft in places, bulging slightly as if something had pressed against it from within. Strange patterns in rust and grime drew the eye, spirals and starbursts that threatened to resolve into meaning if stared at too long. Then they reached the first altar. It had been built in the middle of the corridor, piled from scrap and torn plating, welded together in a rough shape that might have been a throne or a spiked wheel. Bones protruded from it, some cracked open, marrow sucked out. Skulls had been stacked like trophies, eye sockets filled with tallow candles that burned with greasy, unnatural flame. Symbols looped across the walls around it, drawn in blood that was still tacky. Many pointed stars, jagged arrows, swirling vortices that hurt to look at. "Saints preserve us," one armsman muttered, making the sign of the Aquila before he caught himself. "No saints here," Cord said. "Only targets." The cultists came from side passages, from behind hanging rags that had once been banners. They wore their void suits open at the chest, symbols carved into the flesh beneath, wounds packed with ash and grease. Some had sewn metal into their skin, hooks and chains that tugged at their own muscle. Their eyes shone with manic light. They did not run or plead. They charged. The corridor became a charnel house. Shotgun blasts tore limbs from bodies. Lass fire burned through chests and faces. Cultists snarled invocations to powers that did not answer fast enough, blades swinging, clawed hands reaching. One man, his jaw unhinged and replaced with a ring of jagged scrap metal teeth, bit a chunk from an armsman's throat before a cutlass took his head. Blood coated the walls. It sprayed in arcs, dripping from lumen housings, pooling in the low spots on the deck. Bits of bone and meat stuck to boots. The air filled with the stench of void suit cloth soaked in gore, of opened intestines and ruptured organs. In the cramped confines, every shot was close range. Heads came apart in fountains of red. Rib cages burst. Cord saw one of his men go down under 3 cultists, knives flashing. He did not have a clear shot. He waded in, swinging his cutlass, cutting through a spine, a wrist, a neck. The last cultist turned to him with a shriek of rage, only to have a shotgun barrel shoved between his teeth. Cord pulled the trigger. The back of the man's skull painted the ceiling. It was not battle. It was butchery. When it was done, the corridor was clogged with bodies. Some still twitched. A few cultists, too wounded to stand, tried to drag themselves towards their defaced symbols, smearing more blood in their wake as they crawled and whispered praises to gods that would not save them from a standard-issue naval bayonet. Cord planted a boot on one's back and drove his blade down, pinning the man to the deck through the spine. "Burn all of this," he said, gesturing at the makeshift altars, at the symbols, at the hanging sheets of skin some madman had tacked to the walls. "Malice will want to see it first. Then the priests can scream their litanies and light their fires. We are done here." Malchus arrived not long after with his own retinue, stepping carefully over the bodies, looking at the corruption with a practiced eye. He had seen worse on other ships, on other fronts. He had seen it earlier on this one. He gathered the surviving armsmen and the few loyal ratings who had aided them near the entrance to the purged section. Their armor and void suits were mottled with drying blood. Their faces were grey and drawn. "You have done well," Malchus said, voice pitched to carry. "You have proved by your actions here that you know the difference between fear and weakness. You have slaughtered those who would turn their Backs on the Emperor in his hour of need. You have kept this ship from slipping that much further into the jaws of the warp. He let his gaze sweep over them, letting each man see the weight of it. You are loyal, he went on. You are weapons. Remember that. Remember that we have no time for pity or indecision. The moment you feel sorry for a heretic is the moment you start to think like one. He lifted his bolt pistol, almost casually, and turned it over in his hand so that the light ran along the casing. You have my gratitude, he said. You also have my promise. If any of you falter, if any of you let doubt into your hearts, if any of you take one step onto the road these filth chose. He smiled then, just a little. I will give you the Emperor's peace myself. The pistol looked very small in his grasp. Jarek knew from too many examples that its consequences were anything but. He did not remember getting back to the gun deck. The journey, blurred, corridors smeared into one long tunnel of red light and the smell of blood and ozone. His hands would not stop shaking. He kept seeing Tren's chest open in front of him, the cultists' bodies bursting, the men on the catwalk stepping into the reactor's glare. Grieg said something when he staggered into view, some sharp barb about lingering too long, but the words slid past. Jarek looked down at his palms. They were stained dark, the blood gone tacky. Some of it was his, from old blisters split open on crates and cradle grips. Most of it was other men's, mutineers and heretics, and maybe a fellow rating who had been standing a little too close when the last volleys went out. Once, he had thought there was a line. On one side, the Imperium. On the other, its enemies. On one side, order and faith and battered honor. On the other, madness and the warp and betrayal. Now, after shoving men into plasma fires and shooting a man he had shared rations with and watching a priest bless both actions with the same litanies, the line seemed very thin indeed. Thin and blurred and stained red. There was no moral high ground aboard his divine fury, no clean hands, no righteous view from which to look down. There was only obedience, and whatever you had to do to keep breathing a little longer. There was madness, which came whether you invited it or not, and there was the grave. He picked up a rag and began to wipe his fingers, the cloth smearing the blood rather than removing it. The guns loomed above him, huge and patient. Sooner or later, they would need feeding again. They told the truth, for once. The Fleet Vox did not dress it in hymns or honeyed phrases. The voice that rolled through his divine fury's decks was raw and hoarse, as if scraped across too many orders in too little time. All hands of Battle Fleet Obscurus, stand by for strategic update, it said. This is Lord Admiral Varnek. By decree of Segmentum Command and by the reality, in front of our eyes, Hive World Kesson 9 is lost. The words hung in the air like a guillotine blade. Jarek Holt was on the mess line when he heard them, bowl in hand, mind on whatever thin scrap of corpse starch might be left, when everything stopped. Men froze, spoons half raised, conversations snapping off mid-word. Even the galley servitors paused, cogitators whirring as the new input overrode their feeding routines. The Chaos war fleets have arrived in greater strength than projected, the Admiral went on. Our line is shattered. Ground forces report collapse of primary defensive belts. Remaining Astra Militarum regiments are falling back towards designated evacuation points, fighting rearguard actions where able. The Vox crackled. Somewhere in the distance, another ship died, its passing a brief sharp spike in the background noise. We will not save this world, the voice said. We can save some of its people. That is the work left to us. That was how the Admiral told them, across all the ships and all the decks, bluntly, like a man dictating a casualty ledger. Jarek felt the words sink into him. Kesson 9, burning below, was not some distant place. It was a hive world, like Vardos, like home. The thought that one day another admiral might speak in that same tone about Vardos subsector, twisted something in his gut. Orders rolled in the wake of the announcement. By command of Lord Admiral Varnek, His Divine Fury is hereby designated anchor of Corridor Alpha, the Fleet Vox proclaimed. All available escorts capable of thrust will form on her flanks. Corridor Alpha will be held until evacuation assets clear the system or are destroyed. There will be no withdrawal orders. This is a sacrificial position. You will hold. You will die, Jarek translated. Macro Battery 9's mess corner emptied. Grieg came through like a storm, kicking over stools, slapping bowls from hands. "You heard it," he barked. "This is the stand. Forget your hunger, forget your sleep. You will feed the guns until you drop, and then someone will chain your corpse upright and make it push a little longer." His words were not a joke. No one laughed. In the quiet sanctum of the command deck, Captain Lucian Dravik stood before the great shipwide Vox pulpit, hands braced on either side of the brass frame. Sweat gleamed on his forehead. His eyes were red-rimmed, the skin under them bruised with lack of sleep. Around him, officers moved like ghosts between cogitator banks, feeding fire coordination patterns and shield projections into the maw of the Damoclean situation unfolding in the plots. Outside, the Chaos Fleet shifted to meet the new disposition, like sharks scenting blood. "Channel open to all decks," the Vox officer said quietly. "Whenever you are ready, Captain." Dravik looked once at the hololith, at the spreading ruin of Kesson 9, at the thinning cordon of Imperial ships guarding the translation corridors. Then he leaned down to the Vox mic. "This is Captain Dravik," he said, "commanding officer of His Divine Fury." The words roared into every compartment, down every ladder, along every corridor. Men on the gun deck stopped mid-drill. Medici servitors paused with scalpels poised over ruined flesh. Men in hammocks lifted their heads. Even the tech priests cocked their augmetic ears. "We have been given our final orders," Dravik said. "We are to hold Corridor Alpha alone, with whatever escorts can still crawl behind us. Our task is simple. We stand in the path of the arch-enemy. We endure his fire. We bleed for as long as we can. And in the time our deaths buy, other ships will translate out. Transports, evacuation barges, archive vessels, shuttles bearing what is left of the Kesson garrisons." He drew a slow breath. "There are billions of souls in this subsector," he went on. "Billions who live or die by what we do in the next few hours. We will not meet them. We will not know their names. They will not know we existed. That is not why we stand." His fingers tightened on the brass. "We stand because this is the duty laid on us," he said. "We stand because if we do not, there will be nothing left but cinders and the laughter of the dark gods. We stand because we are voidsmen of Battlefleet Obscurus, crew of His Divine Fury, and all we have left to give is the manner of our dying." He paused. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. "Some of you are thinking that this is unfair," he said, "that we have given enough, that this should have ended before it reached us. You are right. It is unfair. The galaxy is unfair. The Emperor asks more of us than we have, and then a little more. But I tell you this, there are worse deaths than dying with your hands on a weapon, facing the foe. There are worse ends than going into the dark knowing you held the line as long as any man could." His hand shook once. He let it. "If you have prayers left, say them," he finished. "If you have doubts left, bury them. The arch-enemy is coming. We will greet him with fire. Emperor, watch over you all." He cut the channel before anyone could hear the crack in his breath. On Macro Battery 9, the last preparations took on the ferocity of a funeral rite. Grieg drove his depleted crews like a slaved engine. Men with bandaged ribs and blood seeping through their void suits were chained to their stations. Literally chained, lengths of grimy steel looped around waists and bolted to railings, to keep them from being thrown when the deck bucked. One loader had a shattered leg set in a crude splint. He sat on a rolling crate, arms still capable of heaving shells. Grieg had him lashed to the cradle harness so he would not slide away. "You fall. I cannot spare men to pick you up," Grieg snapped. "So you will not fall. You will be tied to the gun until it or you comes apart." Engine seers and their robed servitors swarmed over the mounts, welding cracked plates, bolting makeshift braces across fractured housings. Sparks rained in showers, bouncing off void suits and bare skin. Some guns had lost pistons or recoil dampers. They were patched with lengths of scavenged piping, their mechanisms coaxed into grudging functionality by Binharic curses and sacramental oils. Incense braziers were lit and hung from the gun housings, their smoke curling upwards to mingle with the reek of promethium and sweat and old blood. Priests paced the length of the battery, crosy clutched in white-knuckled hands, voices hoarse as they poured litanies across the steel. Jarek moved through this fevered warren, checking seals, knotting chains, helping sling fresh belts of shell markings into place at the status lecterns. The air tasted like a shrine and a slaughterhouse mashed together. Through the hull, the enemy drew near. Vox intercepts bled onto secondary channels, scraps of heretical war cant and howled blasphemies, filtering into corners they were not meant to reach. Jarek heard them in snatches as he worked. Blood for the... Tear them from their shells, offer their spines. Glory to the Prince of... The rest dissolved into static and the harsh gibbering of corrupted machine code. Out in the void, the Chaos ships came in on their attack vectors. They were closer now, visible through what few external lenses still functioned. Cruisers with prows reshaped into snarling faces, their teeth long ramming spurs of black iron. Infested hulls wreathed in a haze of empiric fire, warp-touched flames that licked along their flanks without consuming them. Squadrons of smaller vessels darted between them like feral beasts, guns spewing traces of sickly light. His divine fury turned to meet them, her prow a battered blade, her once proud livery scorched and pitted. The escorts that fell in around her were wrecks, frigates with holes. Through their midsections crudely plated over, destroyers listing, their engine plumes sputtering. Corridor Alpha anchored, the helm reported. Translation pathway clear for now. Evacuation traffic moving. "Then this is where we die," Dravik murmured to himself. "All weapons, stand by to fire. All decks, brace." On Macro Battery 9, a heavy silence settled. The guns stood ready, barrels jutting through their armored housings like the muzzles of slumbering predators. Grieg walked the line one last time. "You know your work," he said, voice lower than usual. "You know what the guns want from you. There is nothing else to tell you that you have not heard 1,000 times over. Load fast, stay clear of recoil, keep your arms attached to your bodies if you can." He stopped by Jarek's cradle, eye whirring as it focused on the rating's face. "You ever wondered what all the drill was for, Holt?" he asked. Jarek swallowed. "This," he said. "This," Grieg agreed. "All those dead men in practice, all those crushed hands and broken backs, every lash and every shouted order. It was to get you to this moment where you can load a shell in the time it takes the ship to burn around you." He clapped Jarek on the shoulder, hard enough to sting. "Do not make the Emperor regret the investment," he said. The deck Vox shrieked. All guns, the tactical officer's voice snapped. "Enemy vessels entering optimal range. Fire at will. Repeat, fire at will." The world narrowed. "Load!" roared Grieg. Shells slammed into cradles. Cradles rolled. Breaches swallowed their offerings. Servitors chattered and sang in machine-mad bleeps. Hands bled before the first salvo fired, skin splitting over old scars. "Fire!" his divine fury answered. Macro Battery 9 erupted. The weight of every functioning cannon hurled itself into the void. Jarek felt the recoil in his teeth, in his scarred wrists, in the ache of his shoulders. The deck bucked. The welded braces groaned. Men tied to their posts screamed, some in fear, some in exhilaration. Outside, the shells streaked across the gulf in glowing arcs, each one a spear aimed at the diseased hearts of the oncoming warships. They did not fire alone. Lance batteries stabbed beams of focused energy through the dark, their beams like the wrathful fingers of a god. Torpedoes, launched from bow tubes that had not yet been breached, surged forward in phalanxes, their motors roaring, their machine spirits howling for purchase. The Chaos Fleet replied. Void shields around his divine fury flared as lance strikes and macro cannon shells slammed into them, each impact a blinding flash. The shields held for a time, flickering, bleeding energy into heat and distortion. The deck vibrated constantly now, a low growl made of 10,000 hammer blows. Shields at half strength, came the defensive station's report. Compensating. Multiple. Overload nodes. Keep them up as long as you can, Dravik said. His voice did not shake now. Something in him had quieted. On Macro Battery 9, sweat ran in rivers. Men heaved and shoved, the rhythm of loading drilled into their muscles beyond thought. Some vomited between cycles, stomachs knotted by stress and exhaust fumes, bile splattering onto the deck. They did it while still pushing, still guiding shells into place. A crack appeared in the plating near one gun housing, spiderwebbing across the metal as stresses built. Rivets popped from the deck like snapped teeth, whirling away into the choked air. A support beam shrieked as it bent, then straightened with a groan. "Do not look at the cracks," Grieg yelled. "They are not your concern. The shell in front of you is your concern. The next shell after that is your concern. Everything else is for the Emperor to worry about." The shields died all at once. There was no warning beyond a sudden stomach twisting, lurch in the ship's artificial gravity, and a shrill keening from the defensive cogitators that cut off mid-scream. "Void shields gone," someone reported, voice ragged. "All layers. We are naked." The next salvo from the Chaos ships struck armor, not empty air. His divine fury rang under the blows. Armor plates dented and split. Secondary guns vanished in bursts of incandescent vapor. One enemy lance drove through her prow, carving a trench along her spine, cutting vox masts and saint statues and baroque buttresses from their moorings in a shower of sacred debris. On the battered escorts, the damage was worse. A destroyer took 3 shells amidships and folded like a stabbed animal, venting fire and bodies as it jackknifed. A frigate's prow tore away entirely, spinning off into the dark as the rest of the ship tumbled, bleeding atmosphere. Inside his divine fury, the hull began to come apart. Explosions rippled through her innards as shells found fuel bunkers and secondary magazines. Bulkheads blew inward or outward, depending on where the pressure wanted to go. Atmosphere roared along corridors, dragging men and equipment screaming towards new-made breaches. In one corridor, a whole section of ceiling dropped without warning, the heavy plating pancaking the men beneath into a paste of crushed bone and meat. In another, a plasma relay burst, scalding a maintenance team to ash in a heartbeat. On Macro Battery 9, the damage came like a beast taking bites. A shell slammed into the hull somewhere beyond the far wall. The impact staggered the deck, threw Jarek against the cradle. A moment later, a line of the battery's overhead supports failed. The roof above one gun mount tore open, plates peeling back like tin. The void reached in. It did not get far. Emergency seals slammed down, cogitators and residual shield nodes fighting to keep the hull pressurized for a little longer. But in that brief moment, several men were taken, snatched off. Their feet, boots, scrabbling on the deck, fingers clawing at anything that might hold them. One got an arm around a railing. The rest did not. They vanished upwards, faces twisted, mouths open in soundless cries. Frost formed on their skin before they had traveled a dozen meters. They were statues when they hit the sealing field, shattering into shards that fell back as a glittering hail of ice and flesh. The Geller field, never meant to be active in real space, groaned as warped energies tore at the wounded hull. The constant damage, the constant bleed of warp-touched munitions, the proximity of so much chaos presence made it flutter and spasm. Localized breaches burst like boils in already shattered corridors. In one companionway near the gun deck, the air shimmered. The metal of the floor bulged, then split without physical cause. Something pushed through, dragging its essence along the tear. It could have been a man, once, somewhere, if you squinted and ignored the extra. Limbs and the mouths that opened in its chest, chanting in a tongue that made ears bleed. Its eyes were recessed pits of light that burned directly into the brain. The air around it smelled of rot and sweetness and hot copper. Panicked ratings fled down the passage, some into fire, some towards yet another breach. The thing pursued, its movements wrong, like an image playing at the wrong speed. An armsman squad met it at a junction, cord at their head. They were already bleeding from previous fights, armor cracked, visors smeared. They raised shotguns and laser guns and opened fire. Sanctified shot tore chunks from the creature, sizzling where they struck. It shrieked in voices not meant for human throats. Its arm unraveled into tendrils that whipped forward, wrapping around an armsman's torso, dragging him off his feet. He screamed as the flesh under the coils bubbled and sloughed away, armor and skin dissolving together, leaving bones that sagged like wax. Cord charged, heedless. His cutlass shone with inscribed wards, each letter burning briefly as he swung. The blade bit deep into the demon's abdomen, spilling a torrent of black, smoking ichor that hissed when it hit the deck. "Back, warp filth," he snarled. "Back into the dark." Between volleys of blessed fire and the edge of the warded blade, the thing tore apart, its substance unraveling. It died not with a scream, but with a sigh that seemed almost disappointed. It left behind nothing but a stink and a smear of substance that steamed itself away. Back on Macro Battery 9, the guns still fired. They belched shells into the oncoming madness, even as the world around them cracked. Jarek's muscles were numb, his lungs burning. His awareness had narrowed to the shell in front of him, the cradle at his hands, the act of pushing. Another blast shook the deck. Somewhere close, a magazine touched off. The shockwave rolled through the battery like a physical thing, knocking men flat, throwing tools and shell casings into the air. Alarms wailed. The deck vox crackled with conflicting orders, screams, static. In the confusion, Jarek felt a hand on his arm. He turned. A loader from another crew, face white under a sheen of soot, eyes too wide. "There is a lifter in Bay Theta," the man shouted over the din. "Someone got it clear of the racks. They are taking whoever they can fit. We can get off this deck, Holt. The ship is finished. You saw the last hits. We stay here. We die for nothing." Jarek stared at him. For a moment, the image flashed, a shuttle shaking itself free of the dying cruiser, thrusters flaring, angling towards the translation corridor with every other screaming vessel, claws reaching for survival. He thought of Tren on his knees, chest punched open by las fire. He thought of the men thrown from the hull, freezing in the void. He thought of the guard who had saluted with stumps. He thought of Captain Dravik's voice, steady over the Vox, telling them this was the stand that bought time for billions. "If the ship is finished," Jarek snarled back, "then she finishes with her guns still speaking." The loader grabbed his sleeve, desperation making his fingers dig hard. "There will be other ships," he insisted. "We can be pressed again, serve somewhere that is not coming apart under our feet. You think the Imperium cares where we die, so long as we do? Come with me." Jarek jerked his arm free. "They can cut my name from the ledger when they count the wreckage," he said, "but they will not write that I ran. Get out of my way." He turned his back on the promise of escape and grabbed his loader's harness, dragging himself back to the cradle. Grieg saw the exchange, though he did not hear the words. He watched the loader stagger away towards the companionway, and Yarrick stepped back into line. He gave a short nod, then turned away to bellow new ranges at the crews. Outside, the Chaos fleet closed. One enemy cruiser, its hull slick with warp fire, came on directly, prow blade lined up with his Divine Fury's heart. Its gun decks flashed, sending a storm of shells and lances that chewed further into the dying cruiser's flanks. Internal klaxons howled. Magazine breaches in sectors Delta through Eta, someone screamed over the shipwide vox. Fire in torpedo stores, we have lost control of... The rest dissolved into a roar as a secondary explosion tore a chunk out of the midships. The ship's back broke. Jarek felt it as a lurch under his feet, a sickening twist as the gravity generators fought to compensate for a hull that no longer had the integrity they were meant to reference. The deck groaned. A fracture line ran along the floor, splitting plates, opening seams. "Last salvo," came the tactical officer's voice, ragged, almost a sob. "All batteries, all remaining mounts, fire everything, make them bleed." Grieg's throat worked. His voice failed him for a moment, then returned, hoarse. "You heard the lady," he croaked. "Load, for the Emperor, for every poor bastard trying to run behind us. Load!" Jarek shoved the shell forward with everything he had left. The cradle clanked along its rails, pistons whining. The shell slid into the breach, seating with a heavy, final clunk. He stumbled back, shoulders burning. "Clear," the senior loader wheezed. Across the shattered deck, scattered crews did the same. Some guns were dark, their crews dead, or their mechanisms wrecked. Enough were alive. "Fire!" the deckvox screamed. His Divine Fury's flanks flared one last time. Macro Battery 9 vomited its anger into the void. The recoil slammed through Jarek like a fist, knocking him to one knee. The deck under him buckled, then seemed to fall away and surge back up in the same heartbeat. Outside, the salvo tore into the oncoming Chaos cruiser. Some shells went wild, their trajectories distorted by the violent contortions of their own firing ship. Enough found their mark. They hammered the enemy's already strained shields into collapse, then punched into its corrupt armor. Explosions crawled along its hull, ripping open gun decks, tearing away demon-faced prow ornaments. One shell found a torpedo bay, its detonation triggering a chain reaction that blew a ragged hole clear through the vessel's side. For a brief, exultant moment, the traitor ship seemed to stumble. Its arrogant advance turned into a wounded stagger. Flame blossomed along its spine. Compartments vented in long, luminous spills. Its lance arrays guttered. "Direct hits," someone gasped on the Vox. We have crippled." The words were cut off as his Divine Fury finally died. Enemy lances fired a heartbeat before their own weapons, chewed into the traitor cruiser's guts, reached their mark. They carved through the midsection of the lunar class like surgical instruments. One beam scythed through a primary magazine. The stored shells there, each a bomb in waiting, cooked off in a single, murderous instant. The explosion tore the ship in half. Jarek saw the world fold. One moment, he was on the gun deck, the macro cannons looming, men staggering, red light strobed through smoke. The next, everything became white, then red, then black. The shockwave hit with a force no human was meant to feel and live. The deck pitched sideways, then simply disappeared under him as structural members sheared. He felt himself lifted, flung. Something hard slammed into his side, knocking the breath from him. His head cracked against metal. Pain flared, then dulled, then receded. In that stretched out, impossible heartbeat, he had one last impression. The bulkhead sealing, emergency shutters slamming down as the ship's dying machine spirit tried to protect what fragments it could. He saw a section of Macro Battery 9, the part where he lay, cocooned in a sudden coffin of plating, and force fields, even as the rest of the cruiser's corpse began to spin itself to pieces. Then the lights went out completely. His divine fury came apart in the dark, an expanding storm of fire and metal and frozen bodies, her shattered bones tumbling through the void. Jarek Holt tumbled with them, swallowed in the collapsing guts of the planet killer he had called home. In the end, there was only silence. His divine fury died without a sound anyone human could hear. One moment, she was a wounded beast, hurling shells into the throat of the archenemy. The next, she was a cloud of incandescent wreckage, the shock of her death lost in the vastness between stars. Debris spread along the line of the translation corridor like a wound that would not close. Broken plates of armor turned slowly, catching the light of Kesson 9's burning atmosphere as they rolled. Snapped spars and sensor masts drifted past torn sections of gun deck and collapsed shrines. Frozen corpses spun amidst it all, some still in void suits cracked by overpressure, others in torn uniforms, their faces bloated and rimed with frost. Emergency beacons blinked fitfully from some of the wreckage, red eyes winking in the dark. Auto distress codes looped endlessly. Ship name, last known position, battle status, casualty estimates that no longer meant anything. On certain vox bands, half-eaten by static, short bursts of sound stuttered through. Anyone reading, this is hull fragment, oxygen, gone. For the love of the throne, my suit is cracked. I can see the planet. I can see... Emperor. Take us, Emperor. Take us, Emperor. Take us. Then only hiss, and the slow, patient whisper of the warp beyond the thin veil of real space. Rescue, such as it was, went first to the living ships, to the limping cruisers and shattered escorts that had made translation. The corridor cleared as the last transports and archive barges flung themselves into the immaterium, abandoning Kesson 9 to its fate. The wreckage of his divine fury and half a dozen other dead hulls drifted on, alone, orbit decaying in ponderous spirals. Weeks later, when the battlefront had rolled on and new screams filled new vox bands, a naval salvage cutter came to pick over the bones. She was a squat ship of ugly lines, built for endurance rather than grace, her holds filled with scaffolds and cutting rigs and mech drones. Her name, stenciled in peeling paint along her flank, was Mercy of Vardos. Her auger arrays reached out, touching the fields of debris, mapping mass concentrations and metallic yields. Machine spirits hummed, calculating salvage worth, plotting courses that would keep her from ploughing herself open on some unseen shard. Primary target, confirmed wreckage of his divine fury, droned the Auspex officer. Multiple hull segments, most open to vacuum, no active power signatures beyond residual bleed, confirmed dead. The cutter's captain, a man whose greatcoat had the look of old canvas and whose eyes had seen too many such graveyards, grunted. "Any life signs?" he asked, more from reflex than hope. The Auspex cogitators burbled to themselves. Runes flickered, patterns aligned. "Negative on clear biosigns," the officer said. "Ambient radiation and debris masking. Minor thermal anomalies within one hull fraction. Could be reactor bleed. Could be nothing. Could be something," the captain said. "Launch a team. If there is even a handful alive, the Munitorum will insist we go to the effort of saving their tithe." Boarding craft detached from the cutter's belly, squat cylinders burning cold reaction jets as they picked their path through the wreckage. They kissed down against a torn slab of hull that still bore the scarred remnants of the cruiser's name, letters warped and blackened. Inside that hulking fragment, against probability and good sense, Macro Battery 9 endured. The emergency systems that had sealed Jarek's section when the magazines blew had held long enough to matter. Shutters came down, their heavy locks jamming in place as explosions shook the world outside. Two bulkheads had been slammed together in the chaos, their edges mangled, but they formed a jagged weld that held atmosphere. An autofield had flared along a seam for a few crucial seconds, long enough for cooling metal to knit into a new, ugly shape. The deck beyond the seal was half collapsed. One whole line of guns was gone, torn away, their absence leaving a ragged gap through which faint starlight filtered. Twisted beams and shattered plating formed a labyrinth of jagged edges and hanging wreckage. In the lee of one such fallen support, beneath a shrine that had once been a neat alcove and was now a broken cluster of icon fragments and guttering candles, Jarek Holt waited to die, and somehow did not. The air was thin and tasted of burnt insulation. A faint breeze whispered from cracked vents, just enough to keep the candles alive and lungs from collapsing. The lumen strips overhead had failed in ragged sections, leaving pools of darkness, but a few still flickered, washing everything in sickly, intermittent light. The survivors had pushed the bodies into the dark places. They lay in rows beyond the angled wreckage, wrapped in stained void suits or nothing at all, skin grey, eyes sunken. Some had died in the first moments, broken by impact or torn by flying metal when the ship came apart. Others had taken longer, breathing the thinning air until their hearts stopped in their chests. One had slit his own throat with a shard of metal rather than listen to the hull creak and wait for help that never came. Jarek sat with his back to the shrine, a rusted loader's harness clutched in both hands like a relic. The leather was stiff with old sweat and blood. The buckles were warped. He had wrapped the straps around his fingers until they bit into the scarred skin. There were others still breathing, though alive was a generous word. A rating with a broken leg and cloudy eyes muttered to himself in a corner, reciting gun drill sequences and target coordinates in a rasping monotone, as if his voice alone could keep the battery ready. Another man sat cross-legged near a pool of condensation, carefully licking beads of moisture from the metal whenever they formed, ignoring everything else. Their food, such as it was, had been emergency rations from a shattered locker discovered 3 days after the blast. That cash had run out long ago. They had spent the last handful of days chewing on strips of boiled leather from old harnesses, not for nourishment, but for the illusion of it. Jarek's world had narrowed to the too loud thump of his own pulse and the distant groan of cooling metal. Time had become a vague enemy rather than a measure. He did not know how many days had passed. He did not care, particularly whether another one would come. He had kept the candles lit. He had torn pages from the shrine's shrine book and used them as wicks when the originals burned down, fusing wax from spent devotional tapers into new lumps. The images of saints and martyrs had blackened and curled, their faces turning to smoke. The light had remained. When the salvage team cut through the hull, the first thing they noticed was the faint flicker of that light. "A pocket," one of them said, peering through the breach after the cutting torch finished its sullen arc. "Atmosphere still here," readings say. "Thin as a confession, but here." They cycled the outer hatch, then pushed their way inside, weapons slung, helmets sealed, lumens casting long beams. Macro Battery 9 greeted them with the stillness of a tomb. The smell hit even through their filters: char, rot, stale breath, the sour musk of bodies that had sweated until they had nothing left to sweat. Their boots crunched on broken glass and fused metal. In the wavering light, the guns looked like the ribs of some vast, eviscerated beast. "Over there," someone said quietly, pointing. Shrine candles burned low around a sagging figure. Jarek blinked against the sudden white glare of the salvage men's lamps. Their armor harnesses and cutter insignia looked unreal, like some fever dream spun from half-remembered images of other ships. "Easy," one of them said, moving slowly, hands out. "You are safe. You are aboard His Divine Fury's remains. Salvage crew of Mercy of Vardos. How many of you?" Jarek stared. His tongue felt like a strip of leather in his mouth. "Guns," he managed at last, voice a croak. "Need to load the guns." The salvage man exchanged a glance with his partner. "Gun deck," he muttered. "Figures. Can you stand rating?" Jarek tried. His legs did not answer. The loader harness in his hands dragged at him like a chain. For a moment, panic clawed at him as he thought he would be left there. Another piece of dead steel not worth the effort. Hands grasped him, lifting, supporting. Medici servitors clanked in, Auspex limbs clicking, vox emitters rasping triage cant. "Subject is emaciated," one intoned. "Severe dehydration, multiple contusions, elevated stress markers, life signs, viable." A handful of other figures were pulled from hiding places among the wreckage, the muttering rating, the man at the condensation pool, one with a crushed hand and madness in his eyes who screamed and bit when touched until a needle hissed against his neck and he sagged, sedated. They were wrapped in thermal shrouds and guided, stumbling, back towards the breach. As the salvage team withdrew, one looked back at the flickering shrine. "Stubborn bastards," he said quietly. "They kept the Emperor's lights burning in this pit." "That is what we do," his sergeant replied. "Now move. There may be other pockets. The Munitorum will want every scrap of testimony they can get, from any survivor who can still croak a word. Back aboard Mercy of Vardos, the survivors were stripped, scrubbed, and fed thin broth that tasted of salt and disinfectant. Medici crews poked, prodded, and recorded. Needles slid into veins, slates filled with data. Jarek lay on a hard cot in the cutter's small infirmary, feeling his body tremble as if it belonged to someone else. He had flashes of memory, Grieg barking orders, Cord's cutlass swinging, Malchus's bolt pistol bucking, the faces of men whose names he would never hear and yet could not forget. They overlapped with the present in dizzying ways. Administratum interrogators came soon enough. They wore neat robes and carried slates, fingers stained with ink. Their questions were precise, their tone almost gentle. "State your name and rating," one began. "Jarek Holt," Jarek said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Rating, Macro Battery 9. "Unit confirmed," the scribe murmured, making a note. "Describe, in your own words, the final actions of his divine fury before her loss." Jarek tried. The words came in fits and starts, halting images of shells ramming home under shaking beams, of lances carving through friendly hulls, of plasma fires devouring work shifts, of men being nailed to bulkheads and pushed into reactor flares. Whenever his story strayed into certain areas, the interrogator's stylus slowed. Sacrifice in the enginarium. The 100 men offered to appease the machine spirit, the bowl of blood and the scratch of forbidden symbols on bulkhead walls, the whispers in the air that had nothing to do with Vox traffic. "We do not need every rumor, Holt," the scribe said smoothly when Jarek mentioned the sacrifice. "Just the salient facts of the engagement. The Navy appreciates that you have seen much, but certain matters of tech ritual are classified. Focus, if you will, on acts of courage and effective fire coordination." Jarek blinked at him. "Acts of courage," he repeated. "We loaded the guns while the ship died around us. Men were beaten half to death for stealing ration paste, then chained to the cradles so they could keep shoving shells. Is that courage, scribe, or just men too scared to stop?" The interrogator's lips thinned. "Your personal feelings are not the question," he said. "You stood to your post. You fired until the end. That is courage enough for the record. The rest is noise." Later, a chaplain came, his armor harness polished, his crozius resting across his knees as he sat beside Jarek's cot. "You have been spared," he said, looking at Jarek with dark eyes. "Few can claim that. His divine fury died buying time for billions to live. You were part of that. Take pride." "Did they?" Jarek asked. The chaplain blinked. "Did who what?" "The billions," Jarek said. His voice was rough, but there was steel in it. "Did they live? The ones we were told we were dying for?" The chaplain hesitated for a fraction of a heartbeat, and that was answer enough. "There are always losses," he said carefully. "Worlds are marked for cleansing when their corruption grows too deep. That is not your burden to weigh. Yours is to know that you did what was asked of you. The Lord Admiral ordains strategy. The Inquisition ordains purges. You push shells." Jarek closed his eyes. In another part of the cutter, slates filled with carefully edited testimony. Words like mutiny and appeasement sacrifice were struck through, replaced with phrases such as isolated indiscipline, dealt with under commissariat authority, and emergency measures carried out under mechanicus rights. Mentions of demons were shifted into general warp disturbances, the kind that no one reading the public roll of honor needed to imagine too closely. A memorial scroll was penned in florid high Gothic, its ink barely dry before it was sealed with wax, and sigils. Herein is recorded the glorious sacrifice of his divine fury, lunar-class cruiser of Battlefleet Obscurus, which stood alone in the teeth of the arch-enemy to hold Corridor Alpha and thus secure the escape of countless Imperial souls from the fall of Kesson 9. Her guns spoke until her hull was torn asunder. Her crew remained at their posts until the end, their steadfast faith an example to all who follow. No mention of starvation, no mention of chained loaders or mutineers shot against bulkheads by their own shipmates, or men fed into plasma flares while priests whispered litanies over their screams. Those details went into sealed annexes, stamped with classifications that meant no one without the rosette of an inquisitor would ever read them. For his part in the battle, for his upholding of discipline under extreme duress, as Malchus phrased it in a terse note, Jarek Holt was rewarded. He was promoted to leading rating, the parchment recording this. Advancement was crisp. The wax seal gleamed. The script named him as an asset of proven reliability and experience, suitable for assignment to frontline gunnery duties. There was no talk of discharge, no offer of a quiet death in some backwater hospice. The Imperium did not waste serviceable parts. He met his new ship in dock at a naval anchorage, whose name he barely registered. She was another cruiser, older than his divine fury had been, her hull patched with 100 campaigns, her name picked out along her prow in fresh paint and old scars, Relentless Oath. Servitors crawled along her flanks, welding fresh plates over new damage suffered in some other nameless battle. Jarek stood with a cluster of other replacements on the embarkation platform, bags slung over his shoulder, promotion parchment tucked into his harness. His hands, half-healed, still bore the scars of burns and blisters. The loader harness he had clutched in the wreckage of Macro Battery 9 had been taken, from him, contaminated materiel, destined for the recycler. A young conscript at his side, still pale from the shuttle journey up from a hive, stared up at Relentless Oath with wide eyes. His void suit was new, the sweat not yet dried into its seams. "Is it true?" the youth asked, almost eagerly. "What they say about the Navy? About glorious void battles and honored sacrifices? I heard about a ship that stood in the path of a chaos fleet and held a whole corridor on its own. His divine fury. They say the men aboard died singing hymns." Jarek looked down at his hands. He could still feel the weight of the lasgun, the recoil of the final volley into Tren's chest. He could still smell burned meat from the reactor sacrifices. He could still taste the stale air of the sealed gun deck pocket. "The stories keep you marching," he said at last. "They keep you picking up the next shell, stepping into the next line, following the next order. You will need them." The conscript frowned. "And the truth?" Jarek met the boy's gaze. "The truth keeps you awake," he said, "when you would rather not be alive anymore." The conscript swallowed, throat working. Jarek slung his bag higher on his shoulder as the embarkation klaxon sounded, summoning them aboard. He marched up the ramp into the guts of another steel leviathan, footsteps echoing, promotion parchment crackling softly with each movement. News from the Vardos subsector drifted through the mess halls and along the Vox in quiet scraps. Kesson 9 had been marked Exterminatus. The heresy had sunk too deep. The taint could not be contained. Cyclonic torpedoes and virus bombs had fallen from the sky, blooming on picked feeds as flowers of white and green and black. Atmospheres boiled, hive spires melted, seas turned to poison and then to vapor. Those billions his divine fury had died to buy time for were dust on a dead world now, their bones ground into ash beneath a storm of fire. Ordnance and orbital lance strikes. The Administratum Memoranda, phrasing it, described the action as regrettable but necessary, a purge in accordance with strategic doctrine. Jarek listened to the words without comment. He watched the faces around him as men absorbed the news. Some went blank. Some whispered that at least the enemy had been denied their prize. Some muttered that the Navy had taken its own. The sector cartographs in Relentless Oath Strategium told a wider story. Beyond the dead light of Kesson 9, 1,000 other red marks flickered. War zones simmered across the segmentum like infections in flesh. Orc empires clawed at one border, tyrannid tendrils at another. Rebellious governors raised banners of independence in one cluster, only to be brought to heel by the first wave of a crusade that would burn a dozen compliant worlds to get at them. Warp storms bloomed like sores, cutting off whole subsectors that had to be written off as lost. Each front had its own fleets, its own battered cruisers and scarred escorts, its own cargo holds full of terrified conscripts, its own macro batteries, its own Geller generators, its own chaplains and commissars and astropaths. Somewhere among those countless ships, another crew would be pressed into a rear guard. Another hull would anchor another corridor. Another name would be added to lists of vessels lost with all hands, cause enemy action. His divine fury's name had already been carved into one such list. On a distant dockyard, far from Kesson 9's poisoned skies, a servitor floated along a wall of polished brass, its engraving tools humming as they cut letters into the metal. It did not know what the words meant. It did not care. It obeyed its programming, his divine fury. The name took its place among hundreds of others, a neat line in a memorial bulkhead that men might glance at on their way to other duties, nodding once, perhaps, at a familiar hull designation before, moving on. In the belly of Relentless Oath, the warning sirens for warp translation began to wail. Jarek felt the old familiar tension creep up his spine as the red lumen strips flared along the passage walls. Men moved to their hammocks or to their battle stations, depending on which rota they had drawn this cycle. Tech priests chanted in the enginarium. Astropaths muttered in their sealed choir. He stood for a moment in the corridor outside his new assigned gun deck, one hand resting on the bulkhead. The metal thrummed under his palm, full of deep, caged power. It reminded him of another hull, another set of guns, another set of screams. There was no end to it. The war did not stop because one ship died well, or because 1,000 died badly. It did not pause to mark the passage of one rating from one loader harness to another. It ground on, magnitudes beyond human comprehension. Its only constants, the needs for more men, more ships, more shells. Jarek Holt took his hand from the wall. He walked into the gun deck as the translation sirens rose, the world about to tear open into madness once again. He took his place at the loader cradle, fingers closing around metal worn smooth by the hands of other men who had stood here before him and would die here after him. The Imperium of man reached out into the dark, tooth and claw and gun and prayer, and there was no horizon beyond its wars, only different ways to die for them.